Welcome everybody to another edition of Hot Program. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. It's a super pleasure to join you today, and as always, I am in airplane mode, and I am joined by now a man who used to think that Satan looked like the Tasmanian devil, a man who needs no introduction. Why do you do Taz like that?
I didn't know any better. Cameron Bennett, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, Cameron Bennett, sorry we're late.
Others. Yeah, thank you all.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys. We're definitely going to get started. I'm kind of figuring some people are going to, trickle in a little bit as they realize we're live. So why don't we talk about some other stuff, just maybe quickly, or I was thinking if we're going to get into the Ken Hovind thing, I could at least start with maybe showing my presentation. Did you see my presentation at the beginning? Or maybe I should show that a little bit and then go from there.
Ahead and show that. Okay. Jay Bundy has debated Kent Hovind. And believe me, I thought it was Ken Hovind for a long time. I didn't know there was a T. But he enunciates, so I should have figured it out. He enunciates really well, better than me.
Why didn't I leave this? Oh, yeah, add that.
There are some technical challenges.
Seriously. Oh, you know what, my one black friend? I'm so sorry. I didn't not know what to show. Sorry, dude, I'm really out of it. I just, I think I had an issue with my sleep meds last night where I took an extra sleeping pill just to get some sleep. So I'm a little groggy.
I want to encourage all of our viewers and you, instead of taking a sleeping pill, and this is no slam on this guy, instead, turn to the YouTube Steve Shives channel.
Oh, yeah.
Pick a topic and give it 10 minutes. You'll be asleep immediately.
Put on that Rob from Sentinel Apologetics, and you will be,
Yeah, I imagine so. He's got a soothing voice, but I don't find him compelling. So I think your brain will quickly say, I'm not staying in this when I get sleep. So.
All right, guys, let's see.
Hi, Carrie Ann.
Hey, Carrie Ann.
Sandals.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for coming. I'm trying to show my one black friend something, and I'm just tired and groggy and out of it and a little bit, I'm putting it together. I'm getting it. I'm getting there. I see it. I'm working on it. All right.
Do you know that lady in the thumbnail? The lady with the black hair? No, okay.
She's just my she's my muse.
She's your mascot?
Yeah, my mascot. All right, so I think this is the one. You'll see in a minute what I'm trying to show you.
Okay. While you're looking at that, I'll vamp. So, friends.
Wait, I got it. It's right here.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. So, here's the thing I want to show you, because you watched the debate, right? Most people did.
I did,
now?
yeah.
Okay.
I did.
So, what I want to show you, because you were the person who originally suggested, risk being uncomfortable, right? So that you can, make peace with the other side in a sense, right? Like try to be as reasonable with Ken as you can, right?
That's my MO, generally speaking, yeah.
And so what I want to do as a bit of a bonus here, my one black friend, is I want to show you what it was like when I actually first met Kent behind the scenes. Because
You're getting a behind-the-scenes look, folks. Okay.
Because I think what that does, see, this is his assistant. See the guy in the chair now? that says Dr. Ken Hovind, but it's really this young guy?
It's all small.
Oh,
It's
hang on
very
a sec.
small.
That's because, oh, yeah, it's because of Don. But basically, there's a young man in here, right? He's not Ken. That's all I'm trying to say, okay? And so immediately they start playing jokes. So I sit there, he shows up, and Donnie goes, yeah, sorry, Dr. Ken Hovind isn't feeling well, so Peter will be taking his place, right? So Donnie's ripping me from the gate, you see what I'm saying? And I go, all right, cool, well, I got to go. So I'm attacking James Apperson, and James Apperson's gonna debate Kent, right? So right off the bat.
James probably would have enjoyed that.
He would have enjoyed it, right? But my point to you is 30 seconds in, we're already being jovial, trying to have a good time, trying to be pleasant, right? So I dipped off because I had to go to the bathroom. You know me. Every time 5 minutes before a show, I gotta go to the bathroom because that's how my body works.
Your bladder matters, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I think it's a cognitive thing. I think your body is saying you got something really important to do in 2 minutes. You're not going to be able to pee. It's not a bad thing, right? And so here's the part I want to show you. It's going to be mostly audio because of the look, right? I'm backstage before the show. I'm in Donnie's Wreath stream thing, and this is what I'm seeing. But you'll get to hear and sort of see the interaction between Kent and I before the cameras go. And I think that this is something I wanted to share with you because of your encouragement and because I think it'll lead into the conversation we're going to have today in sort of an interesting way without replaying the whole debate, but sort of show you how I took your advice and give everybody a little special treat. So here's what that conversation was like with Kent. So there's Kent getting his mic on and stuff, and then I come back in the shot.
Can you go full screen on that if you can?
No. You got to remember, it is full screen. What happened is this is what I was seeing back then. This is you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like you're behind the scenes.
Okay.
Yeah,
you can't trim it down or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, now I could have gone full screen at the time, but I wasn't because I went to the bathroom. We were setting up. I just didn't need to be in full screen yet. But yeah, so yeah, sorry about that.
It is what it is.
Oh, also, I can make it bigger for you back here. I'm sorry, my one black friend. Let me do this. That should be a little bit better on your end. Right?
Okay, I just saw it adjust.
Yeah. So that's what that should be better. All right, so where do I come back? All right, so this is me coming back from my bathroom break.
Maybe Donnie can get me a Mike Winger debate one day.
Gloves on.
The younger guy was Matt Powell, Cameron says. Matt Powell.
Hang on a sec. Oh, I had it muted. Okay. All right, you ready? This is what happened. Is that you? Hello, Kent. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, sir.
Is that really you? Is that really you? Is this an impersonator? Somebody playing? Johnny, you playing a joke on me? Is that really Kent Hovind?
This is the real Kent Hovind.
Oh my goodness, Kent, this is a big deal for me, man. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Hey, when are you going to come down and tour our Dinosaur Adventureland?
Man, as soon as I'm out of the house, man. Honestly, I'm sure you know I'm an atheist, but I play drums on a worship team. And so I haven't been back to church due to COVID. You know, I have some elevated risk factors. But when I'm out of the house, if you invite me, we'll set something up. We'll do like a Bill Nye, Ken Ham little walkthrough of Dinosaur Adventureland. Look, I'll give you photographic evidence of humans and dinosaurs at the same time.
Okay. Well, we can fix the atheist part tonight. I want to see you.
Hey, now things get interesting. How are you feeling, Kent?
I am better. I had apparently a TIA. I've had 3 in the
What is that?
years.
I'm a little. I don't know the lingo.
It's a mini stroke, they call it. Something goes wrong, and so I'll be 70 in January. So
congratulations.
Yeah, no, I feel fine. I got
Okay.
great medicine, vitamins and stuff. I'm in good shape. But real rarely that just happens. The blood circulation messes up.
Wow.
According to evolution, everything should be getting better. So I should.
Yeah, right. Like, why hasn't we taken care of that part? Yeah, I gotta. Hey, if I meet the person orchestrating this on either side, I've got some questions. I'll put it to you like that.
Okay.
All right, Donnie. Thanks for setting this up, man.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Good to see you gentlemen getting well acquainted. So this should be fun. Let's do one final audio check before we get this party started. Jay, let's start with you, my good man.
I'll just count down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Thanks.
Kent, go ahead, brother.
Hello. I don't know if I can do it backwards. I'll go forwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Multilingual.
Okay, well,
Kent Hovind.
that being said, everything looks good on my end. Audio, videos coming good on your end. Jay, I guess you'll be starting. We tested your PowerPoint. So that's cool.
Okay. Sure. No problem.
Now, before we get into opening statements, though, as we usually do, Jay, we'll do a brief intro. Hey, Jay, a little bit about yourself. What do you do? So on and so forth.
Sounds
we'll
great.
do the same for Kent, and then we'll get into the openings.
All right, Donnie. Yeah, and just if you like need to interrupt me or anything, just let me know. I think I'm monitoring on my side, so I don't know what's going on in your end. So I'll just take my cues from you.
Okay.
Thanks again for having me.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys just sit back, relax. I'll take care of all the technical stuff. So whatever time Jay takes for his opening, we'll give you equal time, Kent.
Okay.
And then,
Donnie, if I take less time, you can give him more
What
time.
up,
than
YouTube
me, 'cause
punk?
my-
What up,
my
Hillary's?
presentation
What up,
might
Carrie?
run short. I doubt if it'll run a little over, but if I take less time, he can take as much time as he needs.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. You can actually give him the time advantage. I'm perfectly okay with that. We'll yeah.
All right.
Gin and truth.
We'll have, okay, so,
Yeah.
and then right after the openings, however much time you guys want to take will be easygoing. And then we'll just have a free-flowing discussion, discussing the points. So,
Sounds good.
all right, gentlemen, let me just
Wait,
get
guys,
the-
pay attention to that part
Be
again.
easygoing. We'll have, okay, so, and then right after the openings,
You can actually give him
Listen
the
to
time
this part
advantage.
again,
I'm
guys.
perfectly okay with that. We'll
Please.
yeah.
all right, cool. We'll have, okay, so, and then right after the openings, however much time you guys want to take will be easygoing. And then we'll just have a free-flowing discussion, discussing the points. So,
Sounds good.
Now people keep saying, Jay, you didn't murder him, you didn't go back and forth exchanging, lethal knife attacks, right? And what people didn't realize, and this is a big part of why I'm showing you guys what happened behind the scenes, that was what we all agreed to. Prior to this, Donnie had sent out an email. It said you're going to have 10 to 12-minute openers, which is why we prepared our openers. He said we might do a 5-minute rebuttal, then we'll go into a free-flowing discussion, then we'll take questions. So the truth in these situations is you do not have a 90-minute lecture to teach people everything under the sun. You also don't even have a 45-minute debate where you're getting half of that hour and a half. What you really have is a 10-minute, window to present your stuff. Now, you guys could say, well, Jay, why didn't you take the rebuttal period, right? I was offered a rebuttal. He said we could do the rebuttals. And during the debate, guys, he even sent us little messages. He sent Ken and I messages in a private chat during our introductions. Do you guys, want to have 5-minute responses? I typed back no. And then when a lot of people think they saw Kent signaling to leave and end the debate, he wasn't. He was signaling that he was okay not having the rebuttal period. And the reason, again, was why? Ken and I are really having a pleasant conversation. I already know the Ken Hovind stick. I don't want to waste the time rebutting all the things that he's gonna say. At the same time, I knew he wasn't going to probably challenge anything I said, so it was fine. And like Donnie said, once we made that call, he just said, yeah, so we'll do the 10-minute openers, and then we'll go into a free-flowing discussion, and then we'll take the questions. So I just want you guys to see that
that wasn't me going way off the format and ruining the show and, you know, turning the debate into a conversation and being all friendly. We had literally all sat backstage before the show started, which was very consistent with our emails. Donnie made it very clear. We're definitely doing 10 to 12-minute openers. There's this optional 5-minute rebuttals. And then he said, and then discussions, questions. And so that's exactly what we did. So again, people who keep saying, you know, we didn't do the formal debate back and forth and point for counterpoint. I hate to break it to them this way. They just simply were not in a position to understand that that wasn't what we were setting up. So they're just mistaken. They're just not understanding that what we did was exactly what we planned to do, exactly what the host wanted us to do, exactly what Kent won his first 300th debate. And so that free-flowing, friendly discussion was the plan.
Mm-hmm. All right, gentlemen, let me just get the graphic up here real quick.
Jay, you're not drinking coffee, are you?
I am, Kent. So, Kent, if you need to tell me to shut up, please do, because I don't want to not be perky and energetic for this, but at the same time, I might ramble. So, if you need to, just feel free to interrupt me.
I taught biology 15 years. If you drink coffee, your babies will be born naked, illiterate, and upside down.
Kent,
okay?
And Kent, you I'm here for the Kent Hovind Jokes.
Jay, whatever you do, don't give birth. Whatever you do, don't give birth yourself. Let a woman do it.
Seriously. Yeah. But you know what, guys? Real quick, I actually am here for the Kent Hovind Jokes. I think it's a big part of what he does, and I'll tell you why. Somebody said, you know, he told a couple, and a couple of them just really made me laugh. Like I hadn't heard them before. They were cheesy, but they just made me laugh, and a couple just made me chuckle a little bit. But guys, I realize it's really powerful because regardless of what you think about him, audience, he's a figure of influence, right? He has a lot of followers, a lot of viewers. He's a power figure in the real world. You see what I'm saying? And that sort of, I'll just tell a silly, bad joke or whatever, from time to time actually makes people like that relatable. And so my boss does this. He tells bad jokes from time to time just to, be the butt of the joke in the end, or, all of my powerful advisors have done this. I'm this way sometimes with my students. The other thing is, guys, he has every qualification to make these type of jokes, right? He's a dad. He's a grandfather, right? He's a pastor, right? So, he sees himself as a teacher, right? So these are all the people in our lives who make these type of bad jokes as part of their role in our lives. And so, part of this was me getting this education. In some sense, I'm just a former Christian sitting in front of a pastor, being a pastor, right? Sitting on some evangelical nonsense, trying to be friendly. Get rid of. Maybe just not having it, maybe because a woman, that's a woman with poor judgment. You know what I mean? So sorry if you guys didn't catch the joke there. Basically, he said, the baby would be born naked and upside down or whatever. And I'm just saying the bigger problem is we've got a woman with very poor judgment because she decided to have a baby with me. So again, it's chilly and too, but I'm just working with what I'm given on this spot and, trying to shoot something friendly back, right?
Why did you not have your drum set for this so you could do the rim shot?
Yeah, exactly.
Every time that he was not.
I needed to.
If I have one criticism.
Yeah, see, that's why you guys
in
need
a time
to be,
machine.
That's why you guys need to be more supportive, so that I could have had that goal. So next time we know we got to get that rim shot in the soundboard. So YouTube Punk, I need the rim shot, YouTube Punk.
Yeah, you'll never get anything accomplished in the debate. It'll just be a comedy routine because he wants you to keep doing the rim shots and solos after he tells some real zingers.
For some reason, the Family Guy theme music just hit in my head. It seems today. All right, here we go, guys.
By the way, Pocket Locker, can you put the photos of the images of you and I back in there? Because YouTube Punk is asking who's co-hosting with.
Oh, it's my one black friend.
Yes, YouTube punk.
I will after I finish this brief clip. So you're up. I just have this on full screen. So yeah, you'll be back in a second. Yeah, guys.
Okay. Because I'm so
we gonna not
to
do
have
it,
everybody
Kent. We gonna take care of it, Kent. I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
Don't drink tea. You don't drink tea, do you, Jay?
My mom's a tea woman, so I do sometimes chamomile. Maybe I need some of that after this so I can actually get some sleep.
There was an Indian once that drank 4 gallons of iced tea, and that night he drowned in his teepee. So be careful.
Where did you find this guy? I was wrong.
Are you on
everything.
camera now?
I'm switching teams. You guys are way funnier. I'm switching teams. You guys are way
Definitely
funnier.
got the jokes on our side, don't we?
I thought we had the jokes on our side. I've been lied to. Kent, don't clip that.
Okay, gentlemen. All right, laughter's the best medicine. That's a good way to start. So sit back, relax, drink on your, sip on your coffee, tea, whatever it is. We're going into our 2-minute countdown. Let people know we're about to go live, and then the show begins. So we're going on mute in 3, 2, 1.
I gotta disagree with Donnie. If laughter were the best medicine, I wouldn't have 2 cardiologists.
Yeah, right? Donnie,
can't be.
Citations,
Can't be
Donnie. Citations.
Yeah, exactly. Citations.
All right, guys, hang on. This is the other thing that's a big part of this. There is this sort of rhetoric that people have been hoisting on me. Hang on a second. There's this sort of rhetoric that people have been hoisting on me about the superstar, Heartbreak Kid or Purple Haze or whatever it might be. And guys, I'm going to be honest with you while I pull this up. I did not want to do this show like this today at all. I felt like this community has just mishandled this whole thing and honestly just been mistreating me. And so I don't want to do this. And it got to a point where hang on. It honestly got to a point, guys, where I didn't want to do it anymore. Like, I just was like, I don't know. The best way I can explain this, gang, is I just want the people who don't get it to go away. And I felt like the community, quote unquote community, and really part of this talk is going to be that in my eyes, there is no such thing as the atheist community. But back on topic, I felt like the atheists tried to ruin my show and they sabotaged it. And I was forced to sit here in front of you like this today. And I'm incredibly angry about it. Incredibly angry about it. But part of the problem that I'm pulling this clip up, and then I'm going to get back to my one black friend, is y'all are wrong about the image. Y'all people keep trying to tell me, put on the lab coat, stop doing the, you're who you are, and, really trying to bury my superstar. And they're wrong about it. And the thing is, y'all are amateurs. So what y'all talk about, oh, you gotta, protect the image of science and you're setting science back and you gotta make sure science is taken seriously. Scientists don't agree with you. I'm an evolution education expert. That's my field. That's what I've been training in. I did 10 years in grad school. I've been teaching my whole life, and I've been teaching this stuff since I was an undergraduate. And it's like, people are so gone. They're so wrong. My colleagues love the stuff I do. They love my attitude. They love I show up the way I show up on stream, the Heartbreak Kid thing. I show up to work like that every single time. My boss makes a point to celebrate what I do with creationists and evangelicals, not privately, in front of the entire lab. My program director and who's the dean of my college right now thinks what I'm doing is incredibly important, and he loves it. And yes, I go heel on everybody. I went heel on him. I had a meeting with him, and you know, I wasn't happy with my equipment, my funding. I felt like I was being pressured to move. I ripped him a new asshole. And then it turned into one of the best conversations we've ever had. And he's been 100% behind me ever since. So the people who keep saying that stuff, like I'm hurting science or ruining it, they're just wrong. And I'm tired of hearing it. 2 + 2 is not 5. That's that. All right, so real quickly, I'm gonna show y'all what people that really do this type of work are really like and how they feel about it. Now, hang on a sec. All right, now this is the guy. Imagine this. What? Is you muted, fool? This fool muted. Hang on a sec, yeah. Let's deal with this.
My Uncle Harvey's in a video. You'd be amazed.
I don't know why they do this. We're gonna have to replay it. But look, he getting down. I'm gonna play it again, y'all. It's quick. Here I go. 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 One more time. Give me my theme music. Give me my theme music. Look at the girl in the back. Look at the girl in the back. You can tell even with the mask on, she losing her mind. He working it and work it and work it. Get the stethoscope in it. Get the stethoscope in it. Get the stethoscope in it. Stethoscope in it. What? Mic drop and we out. Now look.
Yeah, please send me the link to this because I have to send it to my
Okay.
Uncle Harvey. So I had to look twice. Thought it was you.
But look, that's the vibe, right? Like you want to go to that doctor's office, you want to work for that doctor, you want to train under him, and because that is what energizes the passion. I said he can't even hang out with everybody else. He can't transition from that to small talk. He has to just go back to his office and do more paperwork because, he has to walk off after a performance like that. But people think that, all the scientists and the doctors are the super stuffy, straight shooting people who are all, we're not. We're, far from that. And most of us celebrate the opportunity to break that sort of stereotypical image, right? Mm-hmm. Also, it's important for diversity because without what I'm doing, what we're doing is what I call identity diversity. Fill up the box of Crayola crayons with the different colors, right? All the colors and all the identities, get them in your Crayola box. Yeah, exactly. Just a little something to represent the whole world,
It's from my nephew.
Yeah, that's actually super sweet. He knows you got them office gigs, right? I used to give my dad office gifts all the time because, Dad, you work in an office, and I'm young as fuck, and I know very little else about you at this point in my life other than you work in an office.
Hey, here's some pencils.
Oh, my thing was the planner. It was the yearly planner. Hey, here's your planner.
Very useful.
Yeah, very useful. So
what I mean, though, is we say, okay, we want more black people in the academy, more trans people, more LGBT, more people with disabilities, everybody from all the different faiths of the world, right? But if we present just the one image of, but then they all do the white lab coat thing and speak very scientifically, and they, you know what I'm saying, well, what we're saying is you could be from whatever background, but you have to assimilate to the culture and the monotonous sort of monotone, look and presentation and all of that. So what I'm doing is I break that part of it too. And so do a lot of other signs. That Rodrigo's the same way, my friend Nkrumah's the same way, because we're saying not just only do we have unique identities, we have unique personalities and presentations, and we don't switch up on people because that's the point. The point is to be ourselves, present ourselves as ourselves. Guys, when I did my Evolution conference, a lot of the audience knows, but I'm a postdoctoral researcher. I just finished my PhD about a year ago. And so this summer I had the first opportunity to present my dissertation research as a young, up-and-coming researcher, finally finished with grad school, trying to make a name for myself. I did the complete Purple Haze gimmick with the guitar and the robe and the song, and it was streamed and just over-the-top patriotic, right? Everybody loved it. It was huge. They loved it, right? So I just want the audience and people like that to start to understand. I can't keep doing this, y'all. It's either, for me, it's like I said, we're gonna have this one day where I'm gonna talk about this like this. But again, I don't want to be here. I don't do this, y'all. I'm in superstar mode every single day, all day, and I had to break it because I feel like I'm being the atheist side or whatever is missing it so much. I have to really get out here and really have this conversation, because it got to a point where it's like, I'm about to just get rid of y'all. It got to a point where it's like, y'all come through on the nonsense, you're getting banned. You call on my show and you don't get something, I'm booting you, right? So it's like, this y'all last chance to approach me right on this stuff, or we're just moving on without you, because it got to a point where, honestly, I just don't want y'all around. It just got to a point where, to be honest with you, my work is about the other side. And my one black friend knows that it's the same thing with us. Like, we started this show, we were tired of the bubble. And so we talked about, we're going to interview theists. We're going to talk to the other side. And matter of fact, we ain't even going to be trying to do no counter-apologetics. We want it to be the counter-apologetics community and vibe, and we have atheists on and we do that. But the goal was to get these theists on, and not to tear them down, but to understand what they feeling and understand, what they believe and why they believe it. What's their 3 favorite Bible passages and why? What do they not want to talk about? So it's the same thing. We're saying, tell us what you don't want to be thrown under the bus about, and I won't even go there with you.
Please.
Right? And I basically did the same for Kent. I didn't need to talk about his index card of 9 things that have nothing to do with evolution, so I didn't. Go ahead, Kent, right? And so I realized, like, this is the work for us. We have to go be the sort of pro-theist atheist. I always think of it, I'm trying to be the theist's favorite atheist. And I am a lot of the theist's favorite atheist, which is why I know it's working. Again, I know Donnie loves my content. And I be making fun of Donnie all day. And then Wayne be cutting promos. And Donnie be like, I love you guys, man. You guys are my favorite thing to listen to at work. Right? So we know it's being effective, but I can't keep breaking the show down every single day to make the atheist comfortable. Y'all are supposed to be triggered. I'm a heel. I don't like y'all. That's the story. We ain't gonna switch up on y'all. And if you don't get it, you don't get it. But a lot of y'all have been just wrong about this. And it gets worse because there's some mistreatment. There's just a lot of other stuff we're gonna get into that's very important. But I do want to bounce it to my one black friend for some of his thoughts on what we've talked about to this point, and I'm gonna keep getting into more stuff. But also, guys, I want to also note you are going to hear a lot more from me today. It is going to be more of a J-focused type of stream. My one black friend and I have talked about this. I really just got some stuff I need to get off my chest. So we're here together. I asked him even not to do it. I told him, you don't have to do the show with me, because I got some stuff to say and I don't want you to be associated or people think I'm speaking for both of us or whatever. But he is here. So I don't want y'all to think that this is our normal dynamic or that I'm just sitting here being rude and not, trying to balance out with my co-host. It's just a special episode. But go ahead, my one black friend. Give us some of your thoughts.
It's like the 1980s on a very special hot program.
Very special hot program,
and then we
baby.
talk about something really serious that parents don't know how to talk to their kids about. And this could be that show.
It might be.
Kent mentioned just a few moments ago in what you were playing that it's evolution. I'm doing my best, folks. It's evolution. Things are supposed to get better, okay?
Right.
I'll disagree with that way of looking at evolution, and you feel free to correct me because you're a bit of an expert. Evolution is more like a popularity contest. Think of our modern times when a meme catches on, like that, I don't know, any particular dance or like shuffle dancing, the jitterbug. There are a group of people who catch on to it, and they use it a lot until it sort of goes out of vogue. But vestiges of it may remain, because you can catch somebody from Soul Train in the modern age doing something that people were doing in the 1970s on Soul Train. Or a TikTok meme where not TikTok, I want to say Instagram. Instagram did this for me a while ago. It went into my photos and said, hey, do you want to make a video out of all these, this series of photos you took? And I thought, no, but I did it anyway. And it gave me song choices that I was hearing, very few, that I had heard and seen in a bunch of other TikTok videos. So Instagram videos. So Instagram is like the potent parent in a small population. It has a few really strong genes that it puts out there. Whether those genes are beneficial or not, they keep getting propagated and propagated and propagated and propagated until one day the animals, the people, whatever, the beings in that environment, in a particular environment, those propagated genes cause them to be unsuited for that.
All right.
Or uniquely suited to it in maybe another case. So a population could die off for lack of an immunity to something. Literally, nearly the entire population or the entire population. And so think of the Black Plague. Some people had natural immunity to the Black Plague.
Sure. Yeah, so I agree with everything you're saying. But, it's just something, the other thing is you got 10 minutes, like I made it clear to people. So
True.
You've got the 10 minutes. And if you present the one thing, you just can't present anything else. That's the other thing. People, I hate to say it, a lot of the atheists are demonstrating magical thinking as they just think I could have done everything. You could have given your brilliant presentation, and then also talked about the fossils, and also talked about the genes, and then also, I would have talked about the ERVs. Well, I would have talked about that, and they're just amateurs. A lot of what we're going to be getting into is, number one, people are amateurs. They don't really know what the real constraints are like in these situations. Number two, people are not really sophisticated broadcasters in this community. Number three, people are not really professional scientists. So when they talk to me, they sound like fans of science, not scientists. And I know this is going to be hard for the audience to hear, but I'm just at a point where I just don't care anymore, y'all. I got to speak my mind. Sometimes that does going to make me sound like cocky and arrogant, but look, I'm a competitive person. I've worked hard. I'm gifted. I have a super high IQ. I know this. I've known this my whole life. Been tested. I was in a gifted program. I've been on full academic scholarships and the most prestigious scholarships in the the university all the way through. I've given Penn State only gives out full scholarships to D1 athletes and, you know, the Bunton Waller Fellowship program, right? It's just the opportunities I've had. I've trained under the best people, you know. So I just can't keep letting y'all pretend that we're peers on this stuff. We're not. We're just not. We're just not. I've got teaching credentials at my ass. You know, it's just. I went to school to be a dating coach. I've been hosting shows, you know, my whole adult life. Like we're just. I do the production stuff, and so people are just. I'm trying to educate y'all. I'm the professor. I'm the expert. I'm the dual PhD. I'm the one who's been broadcasting my whole life. I'm the one who's a second generation academic, not y'all. So. I'm just tired of having the back and forth with people like we really, like y'all really are adding something. You're just not. You sound like an amateur to me. You sound like you don't know what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about. And I try to put that friendly to our side, but y'all ain't been friendly to me, so it's over. It's just over. And what that means is I don't want y'all back. I'm not here to, the title of this show is very serious. I do not want y'all watching me anymore. That doesn't mean please come back and apologize. It doesn't mean call into my show later today or this week and explain how you were just, nope. Nope. I'm a person who has decided I don't like y'all. I don't want to be friends. I've slept on it, thought about it, bye. This is officially our breakup. Y'all have made me so upset, I thought about deleting my channel. Y'all have made me so upset, y'all have made me just want to break down and cry on my own show. But y'all are amateurs, I'm a professional, and you don't deserve my tears. I'm a superstar and y'all are not. So I go out and entertain the world, y'all sit around and talk about me. I'm the man in an arena, y'all are the fans. And so when you proved yourself to be fans and marks, by fans I mean people who, you know, sit in the stands and don't really do much and don't contribute because they're not in the arena.
That's amazing. That's what I say about Christianity. They just got the jersey.
Yeah, just got the jersey. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he just got the jersey on. They just got the jersey on. And on top of that, y'all are marks, meaning y'all got worked. Y'all don't know what you're not as smart as you think you are. You don't know what's going on behind the curtain. You don't know the writing. You don't understand the creative. You don't know the booking. You don't know where we're going. You just don't. You're not in on it. Sorry. And so as a bunch of marks, I don't really want y'all coming through the Pocket Locker 86 stream where I'm breaking things down with the team, with the squad, and we in full show mode all the time. So, you know, y'all trying to come to our Word Wrestling Entertainment and then trying to break down boxing. Y'all trying to talk to us about boxing. We ain't talking about boxing. We talking about professional wrestling. Oh, you're not a professional wrestling fan? Great, get the fuck up out. It's a wrestling show. So this is really it, y'all. This is I didn't even want to do this show today. Really. And I keep explaining y'all. I didn't want to be like this. This is my choice. So I'm mad as hell that y'all have been treating me so poorly that I literally was like, y'all just ruined it. You just ruined it for me. It made me hate my own channel. When I be telling y'all, I can't wait to end this Pocket Locker 86 stream so I could kick all of y'all out and then just go to the casino and game and have fun with my friends, like the 3 or 4 people that I actually feel like dealing with. I'm serious as a heart attack. I really want y'all to go away. Really, really, really. That's why Dr. Jason N. Bundy sat down. Because anytime Pocket Locker try to tell y'all just think it's a joke. So now Dr. Jason N. Bundy had to show up today and tell y'all very, very, very seriously and very, very, very real life, you are very, very, very much no longer welcome in my community. Y'all are fans. So if you do show up, shut up. Sit there and watch. If you participate in the comment section, get with what's going on or get out. And the mods have been warned. My mods ain't playing with y'all because you're trying to ruin our show. What y'all want to do is y'all want to show up to the pro wrestling show and tap every fan on the shoulder and say, you know this, you know that we're
right? Hey, you, no, don't buy that poster. He's not really a fighter like that. No, right? You're ruining it for everybody, and you've done it too much. You had your chances, and I tried to correct you, and we tried to explain it, and I showed up on this panel, and I showed up on that panel, and I showed up to explain it over here. The only person that handled this right was James Apperson, outside of our channel. The only channel I came on, Nidamos whiffed. Jason Torn whiffed. You know, just straight whiffs.
Can I jump in here real quick?
James got it right. Go ahead, my one black friend.
I'm reading the comments section. I'm seeing some new names that are new to me.
Yeah, me too. Thank y'all, chat. This is great. Welcome.
Top Dog Shadiq.
Yeah, Top Dog.
And what's that one with truth in it? I haven't seen their comments in a while. But anyway, it's got like the muscle man in the
Tux, y'all.
So
Tux is wrong. I got to talk about Tux, but go ahead.
Well, hold on.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Tux. One comment that particularly stands out is Fenton. I believe it's Mully. And Gin and Truth, Carrie Ann. Thank you so very much. Is it Carrie Ann or Carrie Ann? I don't know. Either way. Sounds wonderful. Please put that in the description so I can say it properly. Fenton's comment, we wanted to see Jay prove the dual PhD he talked up. What stuck out to me more is Christianity is becoming more dangerous, and to further that cause is odd. Fenton, one thing I want to encourage you to do, and others that feel that Christianity is becoming more dangerous, I feel the most effective way to deal with that feeling is actually to remind Christians, or you probably most likely be informing them what their religion actually says, what their Bible actually says. I hear people give the Bible a lot of accolades for being the #1 book sold each year. It's the best-selling book of all time. It probably is the least used thing in the house other than the dust itself that accumulates on things. People don't know who own a Bible. They don't really know what's in there. Some of the things, Fenton, that may be offensive to you, you may want to point those out to them. Some of the things, for instance, where Jesus is going to your closet and pray, rather than having this public display of prayer, right? Jesus in Mark 6:6 calls them out on that. Like, you're not supposed to do that, to be seen of men, right? I've met people who have been in the military, and an officer, let's say, will be leading a group and they'll want to start it with prayer. Town hall meetings and community meetings are often began with a prayer. All that's wrong, according to Jesus. That's out. You don't do that. But Christians will behave in that manner. It's not the way. So one of the strongest things you can do is just know what these scriptures are, and the verse, and have them go online to an online Bible of their choosing and read it to you. And you can then follow up. Now, I don't think you want to conduct yourself in a manner that is, contradictory.
All right.
To Jesus.
Can I get back in here?
Yeah. Let me see if Fenton responded. I do see SE Street Epistemology. I do street epistemology often.
I did forget how to sit.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I gotta address some stuff. Yes, Gin and Truth. My first 2 degrees are at Penn State. I did I made up my own. I wanted to be a dating coach. So I made up my own major in social dynamics. So hit me up if you ever want to talk. If you ever need some free dating advice, or I know you're in a relationship, I know you're married, but same deal. You know what I mean? Relationship stuff. I do all that. That's what my earliest shows were. They were me and a female co-host breaking down mating and dating stuff for college students. All right, I got to deal with Tux. Tux, you just been really making this difficult for me. And I also feel like your language has been abusive. And I feel like a lot of people have been mistreating me, and I feel like you're one of them at this point. I also realize you're triggered, and maybe you just need to take some time off. I love you. I consider you a great friend. I consider you somebody that, I just has been an integral part of me getting to this point. And I hate that this is happening because I'm really trying not to cry, but that's what I've been feeling all week. And that's why, to be honest, that's why I didn't want to do this show. It's like I can't escape this anymore. This is how y'all just treat me now. Like, man, it's crazy, y'all. Like, I'm out here doing it for these people. I'm out here doing it for these people who said, I was supposed to go make the platform, and they was gonna ride on my coattails, and they was gonna, support me, and I'm sitting down with them, like trying to do everything with Tux, like, yo, let's start this church with me, start this cult, let's do this, like. But sometimes people just part of the brain trust and they're part of the vision casting, and then, when they see what the vision is like, they just dip. That happens in business every day, right? It's people that are, founders of the company, and, they was there to get the company off the ground, but then when the company had to, do a different marketing style or, switch up the product, and, they just wasn't on board no more. And it's hard, especially hard because you're talking about your friends, which is why, like, I've done less stuff with people, right? Part of it is, like, after I dealt with No Name and some of the interpersonal dramas I've dealt with, so, like, I'm minimizing that. Now I'm very careful about who I say is my friend. I'm much more careful about, who I elevate in the Cult of the Flying Man or whatever, right? Because it's just like, man, it gets hard when you have to do what I have to do, and then the people you have to sometimes deal with is your friends, and so you just want to avoid that at some point, because you got to remember. Plus, I'm confident in shit, so I'm like, I could do this by myself. I don't really need other people, but I'm trying to do this community thing and be about something bigger than myself. So it's hard because you're trying to set the table for the other people. Trying to put the butts in the seats, and the perfect example is the Kent Hovind debate, right? I set up the Kent Hovind debate. One of the super chats was, will we see more from you and Kent? Donnie was like, I proposed to Kent right there. Hey, Kent, will you engage in further dialogue with me? Kent says yes. And what is my next thing? All right, Donnie, but the real question is, will you debate Wayne, right? Flying Wayne is one of our mods, one of my good friends now, right? So, again, I'm setting the table, and that's what you want. You want to set this up now as the next main event, where on the undercard or whatever, it's going to be a Flying Thing, Bruce Wayne versus Donnie, right? Or my one black friend, engaging in a dialogue with some other creationists and stuff down the line. And so it's like, it's really hard for the very people that you've got in mind as you're setting the table for, that are, just not with it. The other thing, Tux, you've been abusive to me. And you're wrong about what you're saying about me, and I've been trying to explain this to you, but you don't listen. The thing is, y'all got the vision fucked up. I'm the leader. I'm the visionary. Y'all don't deserve equal time with me on this. You just don't. You need to learn from me. I got a lot of shit to teach y'all. And it just don't come fast. Sorry, I don't digest it in the 30-second sound bites. So good, you gotta go. Okay. Hang on, I'm not, nope. Go ahead, but it's got to be brief, because I really got to stay on this Tux thing, and I'm losing my train of thought. I'm very emotional. I'm getting distracted, so please, I can't afford to be derailed right now, but go ahead.
I want to encourage people, feel free to get your own thing going on YouTube. This is a game changer for making the world a better place, quite honestly. And if you have some of the best ideas, we sure do need to hear them. I don't know that there's anybody out there that thinks the world is the best it could possibly ever be. And just keep in mind, your ideas might be the best ones to come along, or there are those who could help you refine your ideas. And now we finally have the best ideas humanity has ever had. So I just want to encourage people to jump on in.
No, I actually appreciate that. And
that's honestly what we're about, right? Is we're so anyway. It's like, so to address the tux thing, I just got to look at the bigger picture. I can't school everybody in a day. I cannot pretend that the best way for us to get where we got to go is for me to take 5 minutes and you to take 5 minutes and me to take 5 minutes and you to take 5 minutes. Yeah, we do that when we do a debate because that's the format of the debate. But when people are calling into my show and then demanding that I give them the floor so they can break down why I'm wrong when I already know that they have no fucking clue what's going on, I don't owe them that. I just don't owe them. Like y'all just have become so entitled. And Tux, I wasn't yelling at you. That's why I told you to get out of my face. I made it very clear repeatedly that I wasn't talking about you. And you came on and said, Jay, I had your back. I supported you. I told people everything was fine. You didn't do exactly what I would have did, but I told people I think you've got a vision and a plan and it's going to all play out. So you sounded like you were like good, and I went over and I'm dying if I'm lying. I asked the mods. I said, overall, I'm again dying if I'm lying. I said, y'all, the number one source of the feedback I gotta pay attention to, besides myself, is my co-host and the other co-pastors. I said, my one black friend said, damn, Jay, that was even hard to watch, but you took a real one for the team. Let's hope we get this payoff. This, we in here. This is what we looking for. All right, I was like, man, that's crazy. Appreciate it. I read it on air and everything. I was like, y'all, that's huge. My one black friend got it. He said, good, you took one for the team, Jay. All right, cool, we here. Right? James Apperson has handled the whole thing supportively, great. Same thing, though. Go watch James Apperson's broadcast where I come on and we talking about it. James, relabel it if it hasn't relabeled or something so people can find it. And compare that to the treatment I got on Nidamos' channel. Compare that to the treatment I got on Jason Torrance' channel. James Apperson wasn't on none of that. He was just sitting there asking questions, and letting me take the floor and break everything down and never once assuming that he needed to school me. He just really understand, no, Jay, we really, everybody keeps saying, everybody just want me to tell them what happened, tell them what's going on. I got to do it carefully because I can't ruin the story, right?
Anybody who wants to know what happened can just rewatch the debate. Now, you spoke of some subsequent appearances that you made that were in regards to the debate. Those I have not seen.
Yeah. So here's the difference. Okay, Jason Torn did it, but he tried to review the debate and talk, but he did a whole panel discussion. And I went in there to explain to them, like, oh, here's where I was coming from. Here's what's going on. I don't want y'all to feel like y'all not in the loop. Here's, let me explain my strategy. But I kept getting cut off. I kept getting, they 3 to 4 people at a time trying to talk to me or shouting over me. And then I just lost it. I just snapped. And I just went, fuck this. And I went off on them and dipped and went back to our channel, watch Donnie. But there was a lot to that, but that's the long and short. That's the short version of that. Then Nidamos did a thing, I guess last night. He just had Tux on. Tux was chilling talking to Nidamos. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna jump on, because I honestly didn't even say anything to the audience about the debate because I didn't even think I didn't know that was what was gonna come up. But Tux Nidamos started by asking him, because I think Nidamos is trying to get in there like that. I noticed the shit that the atheists say and do now. A lot of y'all atheists, y'all love blind. Y'all got the rose-colored glasses on with all these content creators. Y'all don't see when they be doing they little jabs and shady little shit. But I see it because, again, I'm deep in the social dynamics, so you don't got it. I pick up on all of this. But he went right for it, like, oh, Tux, you're not hanging out with Jay this weekend or whatever, right? So then Tux starts explaining that whole thing. At the time, I was actually running around. So once I finished running around the house, I jumped on. And again, y'all got to understand what I'm trying to do. I'm the star right now. I'm popping the algorithm, right? So I'm trying to give my friends the exclusives. right? I'm trying to say this big thing happened. It was on Donnie's channel, Standing for Truth, all right? But now it's got our community talking. So now our community's having panel discussions. Well, what better than for the person who is the star of the debate to come to your channel and actually give you a chance to interview them, to ask questions, to listen to them so they could break down something. But that ain't what people wanted. They wanted to talk about me. And plus, people don't even realize Jason Torn left me in the backstage for like 20 minutes before he even let me on. So I was already irritated. Because again, you're sitting on there talking about me, and I'm sitting right here. And you're just ignoring the fact that I'm sitting right here. And then I get on, and as soon as I get a sentence or two in, and the funny thing about it is people always be asking me to lecture. Can't lecture in this community. Can't get a couple paragraphs out. So I'm trying to do them a solid by being like, yo, y'all are my homies. Yo, Nidamos. Yo, you're one of my guys. We've been knowing each other in the chats and shit forever. All right, cool. Jason Torm. Jason Torm's a friend of mine, right? He's another academic PhD. All right, cool. Let me give Jason, right? But those turned into being treated like a nightmare by my own community, right? And also, I made this point. I feel racial about it. I do. I really feel racial. I feel like it's a racial thing. Because I see all the way they treat all the white scholars, and I don't know. I'm the only black scholar in the community that I be seeing. And so I just know they don't do this. They would never do this to Bart Ehrman. They would never do this to Josh Bowen. They'd never do this to Kip Davis. They always get them people the floor to say whatever, because everybody knows the professor, the researcher, the expert, he talking to you. So you sit there and shut up and let him tell you what's up. And if he takes him, 10 minutes to break down what he was really doing and feeling in the explanation, then that's just what it is. You interrupting him every 2 minutes or every minute is really not gonna let him do what he need to do. And so it just got to a point where it was impossible. And then on top of that, they wasn't controlling the broadcast. Like I'm saying, y'all are bad broadcasters. You get exclusive with the star of the thing that you're showing and reviewing. If somebody's talking over that person, you mute them. You tell everybody else, look, Jay needs to have the floor right now, and then you say, all right, Mark, you ask your question to Jay. Everybody else shut up. Go ahead. All right, cool. All right, who's next? Boom. All right, everybody else shut up. He wasn't doing that. He was letting everybody talk over me. Then I got sick of it, and I'm finally, losing my temper. And now they trying to calm me down. Nope, now you're not going to be able to tell me calm me down. Because this is the thing. This is the person, we talked about this last week. This is the person who they flip out to get some attention, right? They do something bad, and everybody gets like, well, why did they do that? Because it's almost like we talked about people who act out, and then they're responding inappropriately, right? And it's off-putting to everybody around them, right?
Happens a lot.
Right. But here's the thing that I brought up even then. Mm-hmm. It kind of is those people's fault because, again, the person was probably visually, obviously uncomfortable, and they ignored all those warning signs. Right, and then the person probably tried to get in, and then they probably tried to explain their frustrations politely, and people just ignored it, shut it down, and then finally they lost it. And then everybody's like, whoa, why are you so mad? Calm down, you're not being civil. No, I was being civil, and civil didn't work. It's the same thing people always tell me about positive reinforcement. Oh, it would be better to do positive reinforcement, do positive reinforcement. Yeah, positive reinforcement works until it doesn't. If you keep giving a child, hey, son, it's we don't like when you don't do your homework. So, if you do your homework, we'll give you, 3 cookies, right? But if you don't do your homework, we'll say, oh, it's okay. It happens. Here's 1 cookie instead, right? It's like you just can't. If positive reinforcement is not working, it's just not working. And again, Tux, you think I'm delusional about nitty jump-ins? Like, Tux, watch your mouth, Tux. I'm trying to give you a chance, Tux, to seriously back down off of this and listen. Tux, you don't know enough about what's going on to be saying the shit you're saying. So here's what happened, Tux. And I hate that I have to do this because it's ruining everything. You're just undermining everything we're trying to do. We had you as our Roddy Piper. You're supposed to be the Bible's an evil so evil everybody thinks that it's a good guy. And so I've been putting you over as that the whole time. In WWE, even the other night, we were working on it with Wayne. I was like, oh, here's Tux. When I won the U.S. title, right, you were at ringside with as my manager. So I've been presenting you as the manager of this heel stable. We've booked you into the wrestling. And so what you've been doing all week is showing up, ruining the show by undermining the superstar you are supposed to be behind. And so all I've been saying to you is, Tux, stop doing this. You're supposed to look like you're on our side. And you've just been taking it too seriously. We keep saying, Tux, it's wrestling. We're the bad stable, Tux. We're not actually assholes. We're just playing. We're not bad guys. We just play them on TV, Tux. Yes, Tux, we heard you. We understand. People think it was okay, but they have issues with the strategy. But on camera, when we're doing the wrestling show, isn't the place to talk about it. Also, it's very repetitive. We've heard this time and time again. We've had 10 people call in the last couple days and say the same exact thing. So if you could stand behind us and do the evil laugh thing, that would be great. Ha, 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 ha. Yes, and that is why once the devil was introduced, right? And Tux, you just refuse to do it. You just refuse to do it. The other thing is, I tried to tell you, go back and watch it, but you wouldn't listen. I kept saying, Tux, I'm not talking to you. I was cutting heel promos against the fucking atheist that I was pissed off about. And again, Tux, it's a work. I don't hate the atheist community. Right now I'm talking to you as the owner of Word Wrestling Entertainment. That's why I had to do this. I had to take all the shit off and come out and as Vince McMahon, the owner, right? Right? Vince McMahon the owner. Vince McMahon, y'all know he's gone, but Vince McMahon, the owner, what's how it was. Vince McMahon, the owner, right? Vince McMahon, the commentator, right, who plays the straight guy who never wants you to know that he's the owner, right? We all watched Vince McMahon for 10 years. You never knew he was the owner of the WWF. Why? He didn't want you to. That way you just, because it would ruin the story if you knew the guy who owns it is the guy doing the commentary. So that role was separate, right? And they had an on-camera fake president, right? The whole nine, right? And then later on, there was Mr. McMahon, the actual heel wrestling character. And so what happened, Tux, is I was doing Mr. McMahon, and you were actually taking it personally. And it was making me uncomfortable. But I can't keep stopping the show to explain the wrestling to you. And since you won't talk about it off air and you don't pop up and we do this, you guys say you're lurking and you're always around and you know what's going on and you get it, but you didn't. You were lit, and I'm sorry. There's just no there's just no two ways about this. Watch any wrestling show. That's just not how it works. You were supposed to be playing the heel manager. I was cutting heel promos, which are supposed to be against the atheist community, because that's the double turn. That's what it means. It means I went in there and the atheist walked out feeling betrayed, as did the theist. They got it, had fun with it. Ken Hovind is getting the same heat I'm getting. Donnie is getting the same heat I'm getting. All you got to do is go look at the comment section on Ken Hovind's video. Go look at the comment section on Donnie. The difference is I'm live all the time. And so since I'm live all the time, y'all could just jump in and talk to me right now. And so I can't edit out the part where our heel manager gets on and then just attacks us and says that we did it all wrong. Tux, you just kept refusing to play along, as did the whole atheist community. And that's what y'all didn't get. And people kept trying to tell you. Answers and Atheists said the same thing. Jay did what he did. It was great. We should have just supported him. Richard Madsen said the same thing. There was a ton of people who said the same thing. And we got everything we wanted out of that. And then Tuck keeps doing this bad analogy. Well, it works if the other side is paying the check, but they're not. They are. First off, the atheist community has not supported us. This community has not gotten behind us enough to grow. Sorry for giving you the bad news, but it's facts. Y'all are not liking the videos enough, sharing them enough, subscribing to them enough. You're not active in the comment section. We're not getting donations. And we have been putting out banger shows on all of our channels almost every single time. And we're at a Yep. I saw my one Black Friday. Unfortunately, I think they did too because there's no private chat. But yeah, it just is what it is. All right. Well, Tux, we didn't think we had to ask you. And yes, Standing for Truth is a platform for wrestling. See, again, Tux, you're just wrong about this, bro. It is a platform for wrestling. When Donnie and I communicate, we do so in wrestling language. You're wrong. Donnie's a huge wrestling fan. Donnie knows exactly what's going on. Donnie set it up to be that way. It was me calling it the SummerSlam main event wasn't my idea. It was Donnie's. Yeah, so you're wrong. You're totally, completely wrong. I didn't even come up with the idea of thinking of this debate as a wrestling main event. It was Donnie's idea from day one. Whoops! Uh-oh. I mean, again, guys, just and again, Tux, we planned it all out. We talked about it. The thing we did, executed it. We were on format. We stick to the format of the debate. It went like we planned it. Bruce Wayne and I planned it out the day before or whatever. We planned the whole thing. Donnie was actually in the chat when we planned it. Yep, that's right. We planned to pull a double turn with Donnie and Kent, and we planned it live on stream, so there's video evidence, and there's evidence that Donnie was in the chat. That was the whole fun thing about it, right? What happened was Donnie came through the chat. It was the first time Flying Wayne was able to interact with Donnie, and me and Flying Wayne were talking about wrestling. So Donnie shows up, and Wayne cuts a heel promo against Donnie instantly. Like he was talking about being a straight commentator. We're having a normal conversation. He sees Donnie. Instant heel promo. He goes, Donnie, and your worldview is sitting on some bullshit, and y'all ain't got no evidence, and y'all don't know anything, and you're a guy this. And again, he just was ripping Donnie a new one. Donnie's loving it, right? So, and then we talked about the upcoming debate with Kent, and then I was like to Wayne, I was like, what if, I know what happened. I told Donnie, right, part of our joking with Donnie was, I said, Donnie, we really like you. We think you're a great broadcaster. You just need to switch sides, right? We were like, Donnie, you can be a great broadcaster and be right, or whatever we said, right? We started talking about Donnie being on the other side. And so we came up with the idea of the double turn. I was like, oh, yeah, that's what's going to happen. We're going to recruit Donnie to our side, and then Donnie and Kent are going to pull the NWO and come out as atheists, and, you know, everybody's going to be mad, and the theists are going to feel betrayed, but the atheists are going to be mad too. Exactly. Yep. So, yeah, so that's it, y'all. That's that, and but yeah, Tux, just you know, come through or something. The thing is, I'm live all the time, so I don't have a lot of time for meetings. You know, so if you want to meet, we can meet, but I don't. Most of my meetings are streamed now. I don't even do this, so yeah. And I'm also probably not even going to keep this episode up. So,
oh, you should.
I mean, maybe I don't know.
You don't have to watch it though.
No, I'm just saying because the private chat's on the screen. So, but I'll rap with you about that. I actually need to fix that.
I just want to say, Graham Pong made a comment I really like.
Yeah, got it.
This is probably something that can be applied in more places than where Graham put it. His comment is to Carrie Ann. As long as you are going around being a decent person, I really don't care your reason for doing so. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. That if we were selling shirts, it should be on one for sure. So bravo, Graham, for that statement. I think we as a nation show room for improvement. Okay, and now my screen is frozen.
All right, so, oh God, Tux, I just think you're in an emotional state, bro. Let's talk. I just don't think you get it, and I can't keep explaining it to you. That's the problem. The problem is the atheists keep making me break everything down. Yeah. My one black friend, don't send me private messages. Send it to my phone, because the private, they can see it. It's not private, right? Like this, the chat can see the stream can see the private chat. That's what I've been trying to explain. That's why I said I should delete the video. But all right. But yeah, I've tried to be nice about this, guys. But Jason Torn, Tux, Nidamos, they're just not getting it. They're just not with it. And if they are, they're just asking for too much. They're being unreasonable. They're just asking for too much. I don't have time for private tutoring. I don't have time to explain everything to you guys. We thought you got it. If you don't want to be around, if you don't want to be a part of it anymore, you don't have to be. You just don't have to be. But you've insulted me a lot. People have been calling me delusional and dishonest, and I'm thinking about just blocking these people and moving on with my life. I have feelings. They've been hurt. I've come here to tell you guys today that I felt badly treated in this community, and it actually has nothing to do with the debate. It's just it has to do with the way I am treated in the community. It's all the shaming people have done around Kent. So let's get into another thing. People have been shaming Kent. They keep coming into my channel giving me Kent's dirty laundry. I have the same dirty laundry Kent does. I've said it time and time again. So what you do to Kent is what you do to me. So these people who keep coming out, oh, I did a 60-minute hit piece with Paula Gia about all Kent Hovind's dirty secrets. Great. What did I just hear? I'm going to do a 60-minute hit piece about all Jay Bundy's dirty laundry. When people say, you should not debate Kent Hovind because of his criminal behavior, I hear people who are going to turn around and say, you should not debate Jay Bundy because of his criminal behavior. And that's it. I'm not negotiating this. We're not talking about this. There's not going to be a conversation about this. That is what it is. And if you don't know that, go back to second grade. Just because you think I'm an atheist and you think I'm cool with you does not mean that I have not had the same problems as Kent. So when you virtue signal, you signal that you are not welcome in my community. Because I know you guys are the Judases. The only reason you guys watch me is because you don't know my dirty secrets. And if you did, you've made it very clear you would feel entitled to antagonize me about it for the rest of my life. Go away. We are breaking up. It is over. And then the audacity of some of you to then use my channel to promote your stuff, when I've made it very clear I don't want to get into that. You do not respect my boundaries. So stay away or I'm quitting. I'm a fantastic musician. I'm a fantastic educator and scientist.
I'm a fantastic content creator and multimedia producer. I'm a fucking wrestling genius. I can cook my ass off. I might end up with a job in the White House. My father used to own a cable company. He's won all types of awards. 30 years of excellence in broadcasting. He's also a university administrator on the board of trustees. My mother's a corporate executive and a model. I used to be a model. I do not need this community at all. You can say something, but then I'm coming right back because I got more to say. Now, about the other side paying the bills, the other side does pay the bills. I've explained this a couple times, and I ain't gonna keep explaining it. My advisor, my students, the head of my college, right? Learn something about a university structure. You're in a lab. That lab's in a department. That department is in a college. That college is in the university. So I'm not talking about the head of my lab. I'm not talking about the head of my department. I'm talking about the person who's the director of my training research educators in Minnesota program, which is funded by the National Institute of Health. The deal is they love my work with creationists. That is what is celebrated and will help me get a job as a tenured track faculty member. Sitting around in an atheist circle jerk will not. Building a resume of relevant media appearances will be incredibly important to building up my credibility as someone who does not just do experimental evolution, but somebody who does evolution, education, and outreach in an entertaining form. And beyond that, being entertaining about it is my point. I am supposed to be that person. People know my whole career, I've been making stuff about science entertainment, rap about sciencing, mocking science pieces, ridiculing people, fun stuff, rapping at the Capitol, running camp. I've always been doing wild out there entertainment stuff. Also, not a lot of scientists have general knowledge. You guys are wrong about this PhD thing. It's insulting, and I'm tired of being insulted to my face. Everybody talking about prove your PhDs. Go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. I earned my PhD. You don't prove your PhD. You earn it. And once you earn it, you don't have to prove anything to anybody. The reason you don't see my PhDs hanging on the wall is because I sent them to my mother. And I have no desire to show them to you. Because the most important thing I had to do when I finished was send them to my mother. And by the way, you're wrong. Because I talked in my intro about the class I teach with Rob. I talked about the philosophy of science and how it relates to, evolutionary biology, and the teaching of it that's literally what I teach in class. That's my expertise. Wasn't my dissertation research, but again, my dissertation research wouldn't have been anywhat related to the topic in any way, shape, or form, nor was it in any way, shape, or form related to really any of the other proposed topics, which is why I chose evolution on trial. Again, I chose the topic because Donnie wanted me to choose the topic. And I talked about my teaching mentor, who's a very important part of my career right now, right? And that reason I'm in the Training Research Educators in Minnesota program is that I'm doing these mentored teaching experiences. That's a huge part of it. There's a big problem in academia where researchers like myself are often not teaching throughout grad school because they've been funded throughout the whole time, and they're then often not teaching throughout their postdocs, and so then they become assistant professors and they don't know how to teach. My story's not exactly like that. Like, I've been teaching, again, my whole adult life and mentoring and tutoring even when I was a teenager. But, for me, it was more like an opportunity to, again, get better, get sharper, and work with other people and get funding. And so my point is that no, that 10-minute presentation was, if anything, it was grandstanding in doing exactly what I should be doing according to my PhD. What's the truth is you guys are wrong about what PhDs mean. You guys think PhDs are people who have a lot of general scientific knowledge. PhDs are not about general scientific knowledge. Now, there are a lot of PhDs who have general scientific knowledge. So you meet a lot of biologists who know things about physics and chemistry and astrobiology and all this other stuff. But that's just a reflection of their personal interest, their personal, acuity, and then maybe their training, right? Like, they took a lot of science classes as an undergrad, or they fleshed out some more courses in grad school than other people do because they always were interested in this stuff, and they watch a lot of that stuff or whatever. They read the journals and all that type of stuff. That's fine. But most PhDs are specialists. We work in a very narrowly defined, not field, but subfield of a subfield. Right? I'm a biologist. No. I'm actually evolutionary biologist. No. I'm actually an experimental evolutionary biologist. No. I'm actually a digital experimental evolutionary. I mean, it's just, right? It just keeps going, right? So that's what most of us do. And then most of us work in one, maybe two systems. You're a big star if you work in two systems. If you do research in E. coli and yeast, it's like, whoa, you're a megastar, right? Because most people just work in E. coli or yeast, or they work with baboons or whatever, right? And then even within that, most of us really just work on very particular questions. We've got 3 or 4 topics that are maybe loosely on our agenda, and we're probably not chipping away at more than 2 or 3 questions at any one time. Matter of fact, I'm considered a weirdo. Again, people think I'm undermining my science career. It's just the opposite. One of the things that my boss is always amazed about is that I'm juggling so many balls. Now, it does slow down the progress on any particular project, but, he's noticing that, wow, actually, Jay, you're super ambitious. You're trying to carry, 3 or 4 research ambitions at the same time. So, to make a long story short, folks, it's like, or shorter, it's just people are not taking into consideration the reality of the situation. The reality of the situations is the creationist thing is doing a lot of growth for us. It's doing important things for me professionally. And it is giving us access and community building with people that are on the, that don't think like us, and that ultimately is going to give us a lot of chances to do more content with them, which we just haven't been able to do. I'm just being honest with you. To be honest, it's kind of like a plateau. We kind of plateaued. We did a lot. We got to 300. We plateaued off the Erica thing. We plateaued off the first few Derek Myth Vision appearances. And sometimes you got to go through a bit of a dip to go through up to the next phase. And then the fact that the teaching is so important to my career, I actually was on message talking about things that actually reflect my particular expertise in the narrowness of my field. And I also did something that my colleagues, evolution educators, take very, very seriously, and that's we don't speak outside our fields of interest. So we just don't. And one more tidbit on the PhD, I'll share with you guys what I shared with one of the undergraduate researchers in my lab during our lab meeting this week. He did something that would blow you guys' mind. So my one black friend, we had this young researcher in our lab. It's his first summer in the lab, right? He's just trying to get a feel for everything. And, you know, he just gave a presentation at the end of the summer about his experience and you know, what he's learned and all this stuff. And what was great, he pulls up the data that they collected, you know, in the project that he's discussing for us. And the first thing he does is explain that he doesn't really understand everything that's on the graph. And he doesn't really know if he can explain it that well. You know, he acknowledges that his mentor, Rodrigo, who you guys have met Rodrigo. He's a grad student I work with. So Rodrigo is his mentor, right? This is a high school student that's in our lab right now that Rodrigo is mentoring for the summer. And so he's saying, but here's what he's saying, my one black friend. I really like the work. You know, it was really fun, and here's what I think is going on with these axes, and we're missing some data over here. And, you know, he just answers some of our questions. Oh, what do you think you would have gotten if you ran the study longer? What do you think would have happened if you used this condition or that condition? And then we're asking him, you know, what is he going to take out of all this? And he's going to be like, oh, you know, I'm going to tell my friends that it was, you know, I just really enjoyed working in the lab. It was really fun. And, you know, I really love seeing how the lab works and how it's managed and how, you know, it's just a lot of cool people and, you know, everybody's kind of free flowing. And so, and rather than us jumping down his throat and being like, well, why can't you explain the chemistry in the astro? And what do you mean you don't know everything that's going on in the ground? Right? We celebrated that. We were like, yeah, bro, that's what we about.
And you don't know.
Yeah, and also, but even beyond that, thing that leads me back to a piece of advice that Rich Lensky gave me, which is where I started this particular rant, was that he told me, and this is what I shared with the kid. Remember I said I shared something with the kid at the lab meeting, so that's where I started. So what I shared with him is Rich Lensky, my big prestigious advisor, sat me down during my program and said, the PhD is not a learning degree. And this is the part that I think I kind of want the audience to hear because it really counteracts this narrative of general knowledge. Go ahead.
Pardon me. I'll be right back.
Sure.
I have to address something.
Sure.
I'm going to mute myself.
Sure. Wait, I don't know if you can hear me or not. I think he said he had to go to the bathroom. I'll just wait for him, guys. Tux, yeah, I just feel that way. It didn't start that way. But I think you got. I think I hurt your feelings, you know, and I didn't mean to. What I was just trying to say is, Tux, if you don't want to be my manager right now, now is not the time. And again, like even today, like I want you guys to just back down off of it. Just say, hey Jay, sorry I missed it. Sorry about the miscue. And you don't even have to say sorry. But on the stream, like, but you guys got to understand, I can't undo this shit. You're fucking it up. The live chat is on the screen. I cannot give away the game on camera. I'm the owner of Void Wrestling Entertainment. I'm the promoter. Stop fucking undermining my show. I work really hard at this. But y'all are assholes. Everybody can see this. I've now got to decide, do I leave this broadcast up where you guys are just giving away everything? Or do I, you know, like, y'all are making me not want to do this. Pay attention. The chat is on the screen. What do you want me to do? Fuck you guys.
It's like you want me to just say, all of my wrestling is fake. Nothing's real. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't understand. Like, stop it! You're acting like children. And yes, once y'all got butthurt, you started undermining my PhD. You started saying that I was, yes. Listen to your language. Prove your PhD to us. Oh, well, is the other side paying the bills? Like, y'all got snarky as fuck with me. Now don't sit and act like you didn't. Y'all stepped out. Y'all want me to roll tape on this shit? Come on, we gonna roll tape. Come on, they playing with me, bro. I'm not the one, man. I'm not the one at all. Let's go, here. I don't even remember if it was on this channel or my channel.
Good evening, everyone. I figured it was a good time to do a couple of like catharsis and release, and I don't know. Is to you what you're going through? You're just fine.
I might lose you for. It's been a rough week for Jay. Yeah, he asked me to respectfully leave a couple of nights ago, and really haven't been back on since. Been on James Apperson's show a couple times. Popped into
okay with that?
Torrens last night too.
What? I missed
Jason
that last part.
Torrens.
Oh, Jason Torn.
I popped into his live stream last night. I've just associated with the chat. I have not been on Jay's channel since.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So he's had a rough week. You know, I don't understand his strategy as much as he understands his strategy. Oh.
Yeah, that's a thing. I lurk, and that's about it.
What if the point was for you to not understand the strategy? What if the point was to not explain everything to you before it happens? What if the point was not to show you the season finale before episode 2?
I mean, his strategy is fantastic when, I guess, when the paycheck is coming from the same source. And you
which it is. Glad we cleared that up.
Instead of...
And what was annoying as fuck to me was y'all wouldn't let me get to the part where I tried to explain that to your dumbasses. And even though now that I've explained it, what are you going to do? You're going to sit there on some counter-apologist bullshit and tell me why I'm wrong and why it's not going to work and the blase and the flavonoids, and you're going to act like you know more about it than I do. You're going to act like you've got more experience than I do. You're going to act like you know better than I that, oh, okay, now, well, he's told me the strategy, but, you know, but I don't agree, and, it didn't work because his number count went down, and blah, 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 and, they're not, well, I haven't seen it paying off. I mean, I just know y'all are going to be counter-apologist about it. You're not going to do what you really should do, which is say, yeah, I don't know the strategy, and I'm not seeing the vision, and so I've got to admit to myself, I could be wrong. But instead, y'all will go from I don't understand the strategy to telling us why the strategy isn't working and why it's wrong and why you know better and I don't know my PhDs and I didn't stand up for science and what? Tuck, you said I was delusional. You said I was that like all of the shit y'all insulting people and then I'm weird because I heard it.
Skill point by point.
Again, we went over this at the beginning of the show. It wasn't supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be 10-minute opener, 10-minute opener, free-flowing discussion, questions. What did we do? 10-minute opener, 10-minute opener, free-flowing discussion, questions.
What do y'all come in here to do? Well, I don't think he really did a great job with the point by point counterpoint. As if that was the motherfucking and again, I'm embarrassed for y'all because you just don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, I had a great grandfather that was a professional wrestler, and he resigned when they started to do the entertainment more than skill versus skill.
Tux, you set it up on Wednesday. Wednesday was the problem on your end. Tux, you're trying to ruin the show. Shut up. You're trying to ask me to give it all away. Please, I'm begging you, my friend. I want us to be friends. I want you to be a part of this. But you're undermining it. Why won't you take direction from me? Why do you have to correct me? Why won't you accept the truth? You sat up there and touched. The reason I tried to get you off the show was because I was cutting a promo against other people. And you keep saying I was cutting I wasn't cutting the promo against you. Holy shit. I had to explain this to my one black friend today because of you. I'm dying if I'm lying. My one black friend, didn't I say to you today, you might not want to be in front of me today because I have some shit to say to the community. And if you're standing in front of me, if you're sitting in front of me and it looks like I'm looking at you and I'm yelling at you and I'm talking to you, you're going to start to feel some type of way. Especially if you relate to the people I'm talking about and you're going to try to explain their position to me. Because I know their position, and it will undermine me, and you just can't do it. And that's what you did, Tux. I kept trying to tell you, you got to get behind me. And since you were not behind me in that moment, since you could not play support, I said, Tux, fine, if you don't get it right now, and you're not having a good time, and you don't know what's going on, just don't be on camera this time. Let your star just be the star. But don't keep showing up to his face, and then you're basically I'm backstage with me and Gene Okerlund, giving it the business. Y'all, you say you know wrestling, you know old school wrestling. You ever seen the manager jump in front of a wrestler on camera and go, "Why are you yelling at the people that way? Don't talk about the people of Ohio that way. You know the people of Ohio used to be your supporters." Right, that's what you kept doing, Tux. And we're going, Tux, not now, not now, not now, not now, not now, not now. Bruh, you just were refusing to get it. Now, you could say what you want. You could come back with some argument. But again, bro, that's insulting to me. I'm too smart for that. I know exactly what you were doing. And also, we were trying to tell you, it's not original. We know. We've had this conversation like 5 times with 5 other people. The audience was just tired of hearing it. Yes, before Jason Torn did his show, Jason Torn came over here and did the same exact thing. So we had it out with Jason Torn. Then Mark Reed tried to come through and explain it and give feedback, and we dealt with it. Otangelo came through, and we dealt with it. We were like, bro, plus we planned that. Oh my goodness. I'm not gonna say, look, what I'm gonna say is this, yo. I'm presenting a superstar, and my job is to protect my superstars. Now, that particular night was an amazing show for us. I'm gonna just put it to you like that. For Word Wrestling Entertainment, that was just one of our best nights ever. And it's all because when I got asked to do it, I could have sent in any superstar. I could have sent in Black Darwin. I could have sent in, the Mr. J. Bundy character. I could have sent in Purple Haze, the All-American icon. I went with our workhorse. I called on the United States champion of Word Wrestling Entertainment, and he delivered. And so when you're putting something like that together, you guys got to understand, I'm going to talk to you in straight, real talk language. We're going to talk. The reason I did this is because if I got to talk promotional talk, let's talk promotional talk. You're doing an inner promotion event, right? This isn't a Word Wrestling Entertainment exclusive event. It's actually a Word Wrestling Entertainment X standing for truth event. And the truth is, standing for truth is hosting the event, right? We're traveling to their arena. It's going to be a big pay-per-view for them, and you know they said we want to take on another platform, another promotion. We're calling on you, Word Wrestling Entertainment, right? And so then I'm going, who do I send? Well, here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's like, this is going to sound weird, but when you're in this type of business thing, you're really trying to get out of there. You're trying to say, what do we got to do to make this work and get out of there? And so I'll just say we said what we had to do. We did. Yeah. It was like, it just had to go. We had to just protect the mutual interest there. I'm gonna just put it that way. It had to be good business for the other promotion. I'm gonna leave it at that. It had to be good business for the other promotion. And so, we came up with, I decided, let's do it. I'm gonna send in the U.S. champ. Now, that's kind of that. And I guess I'll say it like this. He traveled with his tag team partner, Wayne, and maybe, let's say, didn't travel with their manager. But look, guys, I know a lot of you guys don't know what's going on. It's just that we've gone a certain way with things where people have kind of picked up. And once you go that way, you just can't stop and go back to the beginning all the time. And so you get into a place where you're literally like, some people get it, some people don't. And I'm fortunate enough to just have people in the community who just get it. And the way that happens is now it presents me with incredibly serious challenges, which is I cannot interrupt a wrestling product and explain, why this isn't mixed martial arts. I just have to say, I believe that this particular, professional word wrestling sort of business has huge potential. It has huge potential. And so that's just the direction that we're in right now. And I want people to understand that none of this has been personal to me, but I have to protect the product. That's why you got the owner today. That's why, normally, Heartbreak Jay is sitting in here. He lost a smile. He lost the smile. Heartbreak Jay lost the smile. He was trying to go home, and I had to say, you know what? Maybe the owner and the promoter needs to come sit down in the chair and take the heat from my superstar today. But what I can tell you is that that's our champion. And he is doing everything we hoped he would do and so much more. And, I'm not going to say he's really not an asshole. He just plays one on TV. I'm going to say he is really an asshole, but he sells tickets. So let me look at some of these comments. I'm gonna flip it over to my one black friend. I'm gonna look at some comments. I do appreciate y'all in the chat. But Tux, the point I was trying to drive home is I think it got personal between us because you were sitting in front of me. And by way of sitting in front of me and maybe feeling a bit of defensiveness because I'm talking about a perspective that you identify with, I think you took it as a personal attack. And then from there, I've been trying to do damage control so that you don't feel like I personally attacked you. But I can't keep doing it. And I did try to break down the game for some of my friends on some of their channels so that people I care about, could so that I could still have friends. And throughout this process, I've realized a lot of people are just fans, and they're just going to be fans now. Because, and by fans, I mean positive and negative. By fan, I don't mean they like it. It just means they're not in the business anymore. They're not on the roster. We don't consider them part of the product. They may watch from time to time. They may get in the comments from time to time, but they are not. They're no longer under contract with the promotion. And that's okay. But I realized a lot of the people that I've been friendly with in the community, we just can't be friends anymore. Because I'm going to a new level. I got to do different things. And yeah, I got to go do again what, here's another great way to put it. And this is going to tie into another great conversation. Discoverability and watchability or whatever are not the same thing. Let me be clear about what I mean. What I mean is what's good for the audience you already have is not always what you need to do to grow your audience. See, so our audience comes through and they go, "Damn, Jay, your stream's kicking all the butt. Well, all you need is more viewers, right?" And then they think somehow magically I can stay in this little cute atheist niche that we found and just grind it out or, make little clips and promote them on social media. They sort of think there's this like quick and easy, fix that'll just, make the algorithm explode or something will go viral and the growth will be incredible off of that. And that does happen for some people, but it's not really the formulaic way to do it because it's so you're counting on striking lightning, right? What I'll say to you is part of what you expect from a superstar, a United States champion, is not just that they will be the most important and draw to in your promotion, but you have to send them out to all these other promotions. They have to go out on the independent scene. They've got to go work, special matches on the other shows, and we know that comes with doing business. We know that I need him to look. He's a superstar. So y'all got to understand that I ain't gonna let you mess up my superstar. But at the same time, I know we've got to do business with these other promotions so that I can, in the end, put more eyeballs on my product and my other superstars. And it's not always easy. Those are tough negotiations. A lot of times you're negotiating with the other, with your rivals and people who, but at the same time, we've got a show to do. And at the end of the day, I believe our product's better than theirs. And so the competitor in me says, fine, let's do a show that's great for you, put some more eyeballs on our product, and in the end, we'll let the chips fall where they may. So that's why I'm doing this, and I'm sort of trying to, take a bullet for my superstar. But I would definitely say we're very happy with what's going on, and he's doing the job, as some people might say. But he's out there working hard and doing what we think needs to be done. I'm gonna scroll through some comments. There's been a lot of great comments, and I'm gonna let my one black friend get in here while I look over these. He may have some other ones that he's been wanting to address, and I see him taking notes too. So
yeah. I guess I didn't mute myself. I think you can hear me.
No, you were. They can hear you now.
In a few moments, I'm gonna grab something I've had for a while. I'm going to tell you what it is now. It's a cupcake. I want you to tell me, I want the audience to guess, Pocket Locker, you can guess, how long have I had this cupcake? The reason why I want to show the cupcake is, actually, I'll go ahead and grab it. Hold on. I think my headphones no, I'll just make a mess. So I'm going to take my headphones off. I'll be right back. There's a reason the cupcake is relevant to today's conversation. Whoa! Almost lost my cupcake. Okay. So this is my cupcake. It's in the package here. I don't know how good of an image you're going to get. So there it is.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hypnotize you.
Oh,
I just thought,
it's incredibly hypnotic.
It's got the right swirl to it.
I'm going 10 days.
Audience members, thank you, Pocket Locker, for your guess. The age of this cupcake.
The age of the cupcake. Is this a young Earth cupcake or an old Earth cupcake?
Hadn't thought about it that way. It's a good way to look at it.
My one black friend, I say next time I talk to Kent, I'm going to tell him I think that the Earth is younger than he does. Because he goes 6 to 10,000 years.
6 to 10,000 years.
Yeah, but I'm a sixth day of creation. God is everywhere. He's omnipotent, omnipresent, all that stuff, right? So that sounds like an active God. So we're in day 6. God has not rested yet. I just went day age creationism.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm a day 6er.
I will respectfully disagree.
Respectfully disagree. Right? I'm officially a day 6er.
Okay, I'm getting some good answers here. A month, 10 years. Wow. 18 days. 2 weeks from Nerdy Rodent. Nerdy Rodent. My eyes are just now seeing your name for the first time on this stream, so I want to say welcome. As well. This is the Myron bot thing. But anybody who would like to take a guess, I saw a Tangela in here a little bit ago. Anybody who'd like to take a guess, please add it. Now let me talk about the relevance of this. Sometimes we have something for a while, and it is one thing to us that it isn't to other people. It means something to us that it doesn't to other people. Jay has worked extremely hard to help this channel have an audience. And of course, we want that audience to grow. And also, he has to balance his own views, his own outlook on life with new information that he gets. I think that's probably what we're all doing. And so you have to allow other people to have their perspectives. You have to realize that everyone won't share your perspective. And those perspectives change over time. This cupcake doesn't change over time. It effectively stopped changing. This cupcake is from 2019, the spring of 2019. I had this. I ate the other 3 that were in the package, and I got called to go out of town, not realizing that this was underneath some paperwork that I had. And the cupcake is the YouTube punk. So this cupcake, which looks as good as the day that I bought it, it's a bit firm. Actually, it's super firm. But the icing looks like you could just gobble it right up. I mean, that's pristine. I keep it covered in its little tin here and or plastic case. I'm assuming one day this will go to one of my unborn children. This will be their cupcake. I think it can last that long. But that being said, as a metaphor, so can some perspectives. And if that thing were to fall on the floor and get smushed or something like that, I'd throw it away. Ideas, maybe we should be willing to do that with ideas. If there's an idea that comes along and it gets stomped on, maybe we shouldn't keep it around. If we know like that, it can't mean the same thing to us that it did before. It's interesting that a cupcake is this old. I can't tell you how many, let's be honest, hundreds of supermarket bought cupcakes like that I've eaten over the centuries. And yet this one potentially could be around longer than me. It looks really good for being 3 years old. But it's just something to think about. And I don't know what the future of the cupcake is. But the key to this analogy is understanding that.
My one black friend.
Yeah.
I need to just use a little boys' room real quick. I'm going to turn on my speakers. I just want you to know I'm going to step away, but I can still hear you, and just feel free to keep speaking your mind.
You may hear me more than once because of the feedback. We'll see.
Oh, wait. Are you getting a feedback now?
No.
Oh, okay.
I might, because it's playing through your speakers back into your microphone.
No, I'm going to mute my microphone. Yeah, that's what I was telling you. Yeah, so I'm going to turn off my camera, mute my microphone, but they can still hear you, so just keep going, and I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. So that's fine. Again, your ideas, you may have to get rid of some of them because they don't really work when the light is shined on them to some degree. Or you might be the one surprising everybody with how resilient your ideas are to scrutiny, like the cupcake. So the cupcake has held up. Some of your ideas will. Some of your ideas won't. Are there any questions, Taco? It dehydrated precisely, and it did so. And I live in the desert, and this is the room. My roommates don't really come in this room. I'm in my dining room. So yeah, it probably got rather warm in here and just dehydrated, and it preserved itself like better than a pharaoh of old. Are there any questions from our wonderful audience here? I'm happy to entertain those questions. By the way, for those who've been wondering about my health, I'm doing very well. I'm going to have another surgery on the 22nd, where they're going to add another wire to somewhere else in my heart. So I'm pretty sure I'll be able to pick up FM and AM radio after they do that. And also, it's outpatient surgery, so I won't have to be there. Job-wise, I've been asked to do some more traveling, which I wanted to do. I was given a choice of multiple. Yeah, tune in and mope. Thank you, Cameron. I've been asked to potentially go to either another state or a couple of different countries for my next assignment. So not sure which I'll take. There's reasons to take less money but go to another country. I do love traveling, and to have some of the companies I contract for pay for it is a pretty sweet proposition. And it works out with my timeline for being back in December so I can do some personal traveling. So let's see, the cupcake has, Top Dog Shattuck says the cupcake has changed its meaning. It was once for eating and now it is for displaying learning life lessons. I'll agree. But again, most things have more than one purpose. Most of you, probably none of you know this. I design and build custom bicycles. And I often say something that has been said by others before me with probably much more talent. Let your limitations give rise to innovation. I often will look for one thing to do two things or three things. Why? I'm trying to simplify things. Trying and trying and trying. And as many of you will know, the hallmark of design is simplicity. And we occasionally get things that we buy that we really see that like, wow, what an elegant solution. Now, the workings of it may be quite complicated, but the usage of it is quite simple. You know, when we look at a clay pot, we don't think about the people digging the clay out of the ground, but someone had to, more than likely. That was the case. So, do you know Gak Attack? Asks YouTube Punk. I don't know what that is. I will be searching that out. Graham Pong, which is more sacred, the nun bun or the eternal cupcake? Not included in your query was Monkey Jesus. I would say it's the nun bun. There is the Christ Cheeto as well, but though not food, I think Monkey Jesus could win that. Top Dog, I don't always proofread either. And spell check can embarrass us all if gone unchecked. I'd like to see the cupcake in canopic jars. You know, that's something Pocket Locker can speak to, I believe. I used to know what that meant. I no longer do. Like the word aloof. I don't remember what it means, even though I've read the definition like 19 times. Graham Pong says Monkey Jesus is darn tough to beat. I'll agree. Dave M. The older I get, the more power tools I buy. I can agree. I was looking at high torque impact wrenches because I'm working on a 6-liter Chevy engine that I have for my 69 Firebird. It's in the garage. I'm working on that thing. Chris Gak says YouTube Pump. That's what Gak Attack is from. Carrie Ann Kaiser,
my friend, do you watch Gin and Truth on YouTube?
This is again, thanks Gin and Truth for joining us today. I had never heard that name before.
Amazing. You got to check him out. Please, okay. Right away.
We have a lot of very talented people that tune in.
I sent his stuff to my dad. That's how I was like, Dad, we got to do this. Like this is the future of political discourse. This guy. And so he's my favorite YouTuber. No doubt. Number one.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this is his first time watching Hot Program. But he tunes into the Pocket Locker 86 streams a lot and shows a lot of support, and we're definitely trying to link up and do stuff with him. I think he's definitely open to it. We're just both, we're both running and scrambling, and we'll link up and put it together. But you never get over stuff like that, right? It's like the first time I talked to Doug, I was like, oh my God, I was on Pine Creek today. It's that way with me every time I get a little nervous when I see Robert Reed's name. And
Jeremy Clarkson
cool.
retweeted one of my tweets. Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear and the Grand Tour retweeted something I sent him, and I just felt like the most important person in the world for like the next 3 days or so. It was really great. YouTube Punk is telling us that Chris Gak designed some famous Huffy/BMX bicycles. That's fantastic. My first bike was a Huffy Thunderstar. And that was a thing of beauty, that bike. So maybe Chris Gak had an influence on that.
All right, so I guess maybe I should show this Jason Torn thing real quick, because I know my one black friend hasn't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it. Oh, and to Nerdy Rodents.
I might just say.
Go ahead.
Nerdy Rodent. I don't know if you can see this. 527. That's from freaking 2019 when this was supposed to either be eaten or thrown out. I don't know. It's just bakery, $5.27. This is $5 for 4 of them. So, yes, I must admit, I can prove it. You're welcome. Go ahead.
I'm just finding it. Yeah, I'm finding it right here. Hang on. Hey, and actually, I think I came in at a bad time. I think they caught me coming in at a time where I thought they couldn't hear me or something, but they could.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a little awkward. Let me see what view do you need back? You know what? I'm gonna take the chat overlay off for a second when we do stuff like this. It just makes it a lot easier. And then we'll do this one. That looks nice, actually. Actually, let's see what this looks like full screen. Yeah, I think that'll work. All right, and then we want to go to what view? I think I want, actually, you know what? Let's do maybe the YouTube view, which would be this one. Can you see that okay, my one black friend?
I see it well, yeah. This looks...
All right, let me...
this clip in one of his videos.
Where is my... I don't know where my webcam is on this one. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Never mind, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, it does. Never mind, I'm stupid. Sorry guys, give me a sec here. I just don't know what happened to this scene. Yeah. This looks like my webcam went out. Oh, my webcam went out, y'all. Okay. Sorry, y'all. That's why you got that black screen before. I just figured it out. Sorry about that, guys. It's all right, the webcam on the other computer went out for a sec. Let's fix that. All right, let's see if we can get this thing on. Sorry, I probably just had an issue with the USB. Y'all know I'm trying to get a new computer, so I ain't even gonna get y'all the new computer speech. I'm just saying, let's just say I'm getting 2 of them, and that's that. Damn, I'm so excited about that. Y'all, we growing so much out here. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's been the craziest. This might have been like one of the craziest summers for me. All right, y'all, you ready to do this, y'all? Let's go. Come on, we here. Also, I told my club I can't come to church today. It's just, I really think I want to handle this and put this behind us, y'all, because I really do feel I've been not treated well a lot in this community. And you know what? A lot of this stuff I'm about to break down for y'all, I've noticed it. Other people have noticed it. I'm not beat. I just want to explain where I'm coming from. And that's the reason I'm really not trying to be challenged on a lot of this. It's like, I'm not here to chew everything up all the time. Sometimes I put something in my mouth, I chew it up, I'm either gonna swallow it or spit it out. And I'm not just gonna keep chewing this up with y'all all the time. I've heard what people had to say, I've seen what people said, I've made up my mind, and this is gonna be what it has to be. The other thing I wanna say is I've accepted the cost of friendship. When you decide to be friendly with somebody, you can't backpedal on it once people start to make that a costly decision. If you decide to lend a helping hand to somebody who, I don't know, has a history of child molestation or something, just something weird, something that's gonna get me canceled, right? I shouldn't have said that. But hurting kids or something, right? And you decide, hey, like, you know, I'm still gonna treat you like a human being, you're still here, and you're friendly with that person, and then people mistreat you just for being friendly with that person. I mean, you can't backpedal on your kindness to that person, because when you accepted them into your life, you're taking everything that comes with that. So I'm not gonna retract
being friendly to somebody just because other people don't like that person. And that's just consistent with the way I've treated everybody. But even more to the point, part of what we have to do is we have to show people it's not all about the views with us. It's not all about the clicks. And so what I'm trying to say from a promotional perspective is we're happy with what our superstar does. And we understand that sometimes we might have to lose certain fans to gain the fans we need ultimately, right? And so it is unfortunate, but it's just something we've accepted, you know. And yeah, so let me play this.
Hypothesis. With evolution, there's been tons of them made, and sort of we can do practical science based upon those hypotheses being tested. So we kind of covered this. And sort of the idea of evolution on trial, I think, oh, Jay can speak for himself, but I think the contrast is ID on trial to evolution on trial. I don't see a problem with this introduction at all. I just don't. I know that you don't believe the scientific paradigm of what evolution is, and you define it as something else, et cetera, et cetera.
What is science?
There's no
Thanks, Top Dog.
Speaking from on a scientific basis.
Top Dog, we working on Rebecca. That's why I started my feud with Sal. The reason I don't like Sal is because Sal's indoctrinating Rebecca, right? But that's another situation. I could tell y'all. That's just, you know, that is a situation where, you know, I have actually genuine dislike of someone. But yeah, maybe you could help us out with Rebecca, because we've been working on it for a while.
There's no problem with that.
Appreciate you, Nerdy. Don't trust yourself, trust others even less.
Oh, wait, before we do that, just thank you. Hey, Jay, good to see you. Thanks for coming on the stream. Appreciate that. We're going over that debate, but I'm certainly glad that you're here so you can provide your input on that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I just watched it, so I wasn't watching it. I was sort of just doing it. You know, I think a lot of it is there's more going on than people see, and at the same time, there isn't nearly as much going on as people would like there to be, unfortunately. You know, some of this was, I'm not a debater, didn't really want to find myself in a debate type situation. I accomplished everything I needed to with this debate in the first 10 minutes. As a matter of fact, I left 4 on the clock. I just was done. I wanted to make a very simple presentation. I chose the topic to be evolution on trial so I could make this very point about how, you know, when you on the ID side, you're not only doing something that isn't scientific, you're doing something that isn't constitutional. And that was decided in the real most important evolution trial, not the Scopes trial, but rather the, you know, Miller trial. Sorry, because it, you know, this one, the Kitzmiller trial, because this is the one where we settled it on the scientific basis. And furthermore, I was trying to plug my class, which is a class I teach called Darwin's Law with the expert witness from Kitzmiller versus Dover, Robert Pennock. So I strategically read very good quotes. Yeah, it's a fan or something, guys. My mentor. Same thing with most of what I. It's my. Oh, you know what? Maybe the gate on my mic is not on. Yeah, I don't hear any background noise, guys. There is an air conditioner on, really. Does my signal sound noisy to you, my one black friend?
It doesn't, but I'm wondering if what you hear is my air conditioner. I'm below a vent. I'm going to mute myself.
No, hang on a sec. No, I think you're good. I think what it is it might be the low-level air. Some people are audiophiles, and most people are not. I got an air conditioner on. It's very quiet. I don't hear it. And the gate is on, so it's closed when I'm not talking. Right, so I'm not sure. It also, maybe it's from the video, but, you know, I tried to check it out, and I'm gonna just keep it going, and we'll see what happens. I gave away during the debate. Most of what I gave away during the debate was exactly things we tell our students. So I was just putting it in a fun, kind of jovial way, but it's things we tell them all the time. None of these questions have anything to do with biology or, biological evolution, that type of stuff. I won't preempt that part of it, but yeah. And yeah, but I don't have time for all that, and I kind of have. So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and audio engineer because somebody, like one person, is hearing something. I don't know. I don't hear any problems right now, guys. And honestly, I don't think it's a noise problem. There's already a gate on it. There's already an expander on it, and it worked really well. Right? Every time I close up, I'm not hearing it. So to me, the signal sounds great. And yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not getting that. Maybe I'll let this play and change to my tablet or something. But I'm not, you guys, I stream too long. You guys got to get realistic. You can't expect people to be in isolated rooms all day. We're living in real places. We got to have air conditioners and fans and ACs. It's why, and honestly, to be honest with you, it's why I put on the goddamn ambient noise, right? It's why I play sound. It's why I go and I add the crackling fire and all of that type of stuff to the stream. And then what happens? You guessed it. People just complain about that. I mean, when I say pleasing you guys is impossible, please don't take it personally, but pleasing you guys is impossible. To this extent, which is, I wasn't trolling Kent Hovind. I know people wish I was trolling Kent Hovind on the other side, trying to, be, oh, Kent, he was trolling you. Nope, really wasn't. Kent was very nice to me.
Wait a minute, you weren't trolling him?
Nope, was not trolling him.
Okay, wait a second.
And again, why can't I just finish my thoughts? So you weren't trolling him? I'm pretty sure that's what I just said, right? But let's hear from the peanut gallery.
And guys, I just want to make it clear. So what were you doing?
Trying to have a nice conversation with Ken Hovind.
Okay, so the thing.
And notice how Jason Torrance jumping down my throat. After we've already had this conversation on my channel. Please act like I'm dumb, y'all, and I don't see what's happening.
You said were factual. So when you said things like, I find science to be like boring.
I do find a lot of science. Matter of fact, I just was telling this to my lab mates at a lab meeting.
You do it for
today.
Money.
Yeah, I had the same exact talk with my lab mates today. They were cracking up laughing because they get what I was trying.
Whether they crack up laughing or not is regardless of like whether that's actually how you feel. I mean, if you
it's not how it is how I feel. I keep telling you guys this. You guys get your feelings hurt. It's like somebody says, "Oh, I'm a really big Spider-Man fan," and somebody goes, "I'm not really into comic books," and then you go, "Well, why?" And it's just like, dude, I just don't find like I think most people have the proper understanding of science, which is. You get up in the morning to an alarm clock, you call your mother on your cell phone, you take the vaccine when the doctor says you should take the vaccine, and you go about your life. I'm someone who just and more what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to play to my strengths. I'm trying to cover up my weaknesses. Be honest, I'm trying to allow Kent to do the same because Kent's helping me a lot here. We're working together. And people don't like it, but I'm into pro wrestling, so you don't have to like what I'm trying to do.
You're working together.
Yes, absolutely.
What do you? I'm just curious. What you're working together to achieve?
To a fun broadcast. We both want this to be a fun debate for Donnie.
Kent's motivation is not to have a fun broadcast. Kent's motivation is to show that your position's untenable.
And my position, my goal is to show that his is untenable. We both know that going into it. I think I did.
Wait a minute. Just a second ago, I'm totally confused. You weren't trolling him.
Nope.
But what if you weren't trolling him and you weren't providing rebuttals to his positions? What were you doing?
I think I provided rebuttals. I may not provided the rebuttals you wanted me to provide, but I provided rebuttals.
I really want to respond to this, but I haven't seen any of them. Man, you guys, the anticipation's killing me. All I want to say is this, and I'm not trying to argue with Jason Torrance. I'm just trying to make a point. I was not deliberately trying to be antagonistic towards Kent. Kent was very nice to me, but from the time we met, we spent about 10 minutes backstage together. Kent, as soon as Kent and I saw each other.
It was just jokes and pranks and feeding each other lines. We never thought each other here just to get a rib out of each other. We were genuinely just trying to have fun. And what I mean is hang on a second, there's value to that. What I mean by we were trying to cooperate is I was trying to say some stuff I thought was really important. And what I didn't want to do is get distracted, talk about a bunch of nonsense, have him get antagonistic towards me and hold my feet to the fire about his stuff. Instead, I just wanted to say what I wanted to say. And then you guys want to weaponize every single conversation. This was just Kent. We both like Donnie. Donnie's at this point a mutual. You guys remember, you want me to turn something into the I like Donnie. Donnie's a friend. You guys don't want to hear this, and you're going to be mad at me, but Donnie's a friend of mine. Donnie supports my channel, my content, a lot more than a lot of people.
Okay, wait a second.
Otangelo, a friend as you think he is.
I want to let Otangelo speak because I want to.
Again, me ain't no beef between me and Mark Reed, but y'all can see I'm trying to make a very important point, and everybody wants to talk over me. And again, would they do this to Bart Ehrman? Would they do this to Kip Davis? Would they do this to Josh Bowen? Would they do this to Richard Carrier? Let's flip it to the other side. Would they do it to William Lane Craig? Gary Habermas? Trent Horn? Oh, but it seems to be okay to do it to Jay Bundy. Interesting.
Otangelo said he wanted to say something. So
cool. I just tried to be honest with you guys. If you don't want to hear what I actually have to say about it,
I want you to be honest. I want you to be honest. I want you to have an opportunity to speak. I'm not. So I'm not. But I want to
look, Jay.
Where did you go? Where did you go? Provide your knowledge. Show me the receipt, Jay. Tux, watch the 10 minutes, man. You're just insulting me, Tux. I guess, Tux, if you just don't want to be friends anymore, it's cool. Like, it's totally cool, bro. But I've explained this isn't a debate about evolution. Matter of fact, if you want to know the truth, here's the truth y'all don't listen. You don't want to hear. You don't listen. This may be another hard truth, Tux. Maybe you haven't been paying enough attention to this community to actually know what's up. And again, it's not an insult. I don't control when y'all watch. But I don't know when y'all watch. And I don't have time to fill you in on every decision that's been made since the last time you've tuned in. I never know what y'all watch. I never know where y'all are at. Only people I know are watching are the people in the chat. And most of the time they in the chat, I don't even know that they're watching. I just know they're in the chat. They might be in the chat and not listening or not watching or whatever. But yeah, man, this is the type of shit that just makes me want to cry. And I'm like, yo, I'm just not going to sit up here crying for y'all. Like, I have feelings. My feelings have been hurt. And as my feelings have been hurt, my friends have not rallied around me to offer me fucking support. Instead, they've just offered more criticism and more opportunities to hurt my feelings. I've watched it. Okay, Tux, it wasn't meant to be new for you. It wasn't for you. Not everything's about you. I presented in the first, again, it wasn't about my research. But I wrote a dissertation. Like, are y'all stupid? Like, really, are y'all dumb? Like, is this what we got to do for y'all? And again, sorry, I don't treat white boys like this, and that makes me feel like there's a lot of racial, implicit bias in this community, man. Y'all never seen none of these other people's proofs and this and that and all of that, and y'all just don't treat them the way y'all treat me. Go ahead, my one black friend.
I think one of the chief differences is in this discussion group that you have on screen here. These people know you, and so they're more conversational with you than they would be a William Lane Craig or a Josh Bowen or Dr. Carrier or what have. I guess it's Dr. Josh Bowen, but they have a familiarity with you. And even when you get like a Derek Lambert talking to Bart Ehrman or any of those other scholars he's speaking with, there is that excitement to ask the next question where sometimes those scholars do get talked over.
Right.
I think we all just have to understand talking over them isn't the point. You're just excited to get that next question out. And I don't even know that that's Jason Torn's point. He's looking for answers, and you understand this because you are a host of this show. Part of the job of the host is to get those answers for the people who won't type in the chat their questions. When he asked that question, there's probably 30 more people thinking the same, wondering the same thing.
True. It's a good point.
That's a way to get that answer out of you, or if there's another person on the panel, get that answer out of someone, or that challenge, because chances are you got the goods. Hey, I can respond to that challenge. Here's how I do it. Here are my ideas.
Right.
And you are you're an educator.
Right.
For this platform, for the YouTube world, there's another opportunity for you to be an educator.
Right, I agree. But here's the thing. I can't educate you if you keep interrupting my talk. Like, that's the thing. And that's what I mean by you wouldn't do it. Yeah, you'd ask the question to Bart Ehrman, but you'd sit there and listen to him. And you wouldn't cut him off, and you wouldn't give the floor to the next question until he was satisfied answering. And again, if you don't believe me, just go watch any of these. I mean, I watch this stuff, right? It's not like it's not like I'm talking out my ass. I see the way people treat these people anytime they're on the internet. And so I agree with everything you just said. But then you got to do step 2, which is sit there and let the professor and the expert give you the expert answer. And my expertise is not just limited to science. It includes broadcasting, social dynamics, anthropology, all this other stuff. And then all this stuff about, well, you didn't demonstrate your scientific expertise. You're talking like an amateur. I accurately, very well represented my field and my expertise. My expertise is not general science, and this is, again, Tux is just, I think, just missed the conversation we had earlier. I'm gonna say he just missed it. He didn't see it. But literally today we talked about how there are scientists who have a lot of general knowledge in their field and across fields, but that is not our job. Most of us, our real scientific knowledge is limited to a subfield of a subfield and then a system and a very particular question or two within that system. So wrong again. I don't have to just walk up to people and be able to play biology trivia to get a PhD. That's just not how it goes. That's not how it works. That's not. That is in and of itself a form of science fiction, so to speak. What I'm saying is, Ken and I respect, and as is your arguments about the evidence. Everybody who keeps talking about the scientific evidence that I should have presented, you have missed the entire point. No, I'm not being mean to you. No, I'm not bullying you. No, I'm not trying to insult you. I've made this point repeatedly. I'm going to make it here again. All of these issues of epistemology and the scientific method and why intelligent design creation is not science and why evolution works and what is methodological naturalism, these are not scientific issues. Rob made it very clear. Go read his expert testimony from Kitzmiller versus Dover. I only had time for the highlights, but he makes this incredibly clear. This is not an issue of biology. It is an issue of philosophy of science. Scientists do not walk around talking to each other like, hey, are you practicing methodological naturalism today? Oh, well, how do you distinguish that from ontological naturalism? Oh, are you engaged in the scientific method? Are you doing empiricism? Oh, are you obeying the natural? Those are not biology questions. They are not biology questions. I repeat, they are not biology questions. One more time, they are not biology questions. And yes, I am a biologist. Yes, I'm an experimental evolutionary biologist. Yes, I teach Darwin's Law biology class with, Rob Pennock. Yes, that class is about evolutionary theory. Yes, that class is about digital evolution and Avita and science projects and term papers and all of that. But it is explicitly a philosophy of science class. That is how we think of it. It is a typical evolutionary biology class, the dopest on the planet, and also a philosophy of science class. And you will notice that we spend the entire major first portion of the course focused on the nature and philosophy of science. If you look carefully at the title of my presentation, it was called the Evolution on Trial and the Philosophy of Science. In other words, the explicit goal was to talk about the relationship between evolution and the philosophy of science. The very first chapter of my dissertation is not about biology research. It's not about data. It's not about experiments. The very first chapter of my dissertation is about the philosophy and history regarding the nature of science that undergirds the questions I'll attack empirically. So again, guys, with all due respect, y'all are just wrong about this. I did represent my scientific expertise. I did talk about the things that I should be talking about given my specialties. I did talk accurately about the things that I'm uniquely qualified to do at this point in my career. When I said we teach creationism in our classroom, we teach creationism in our classroom. It allows us the opportunity to compare what is science to something that is not science. How will you teach people how to avoid pseudoscience if they don't know the signs of pseudoscience? So yes, but again, distinguishing science from pseudoscience is not biology research. It's not about the evidence. It's not about the bones and the stones and the genes. It ain't about none of that. Distinguishing science from pseudoscience is a philosophy of science issue, because scientists don't use pseudoscience. Like, pseudoscience has nothing to do with science. So if you really talk to biologists and chemists and all of those people about these issues, they will probably tell you if they know their stuff. They might not, but because they know general science, they'll probably just talk to you generally about science. But if they're really clear and really serious, and this is an area they're particularly sharp on, they will tell you, oh, this issue of science versus pseudoscience is philosophy of science, not science. Distinguishing between alchemy and chemistry is not an issue in chemistry, right? Like that. This is what I mean. Like, it's the same thing. The difference between, astrology and astronomy is not an issue for astrophysicists at all. So when I'm going in here, and I'm doing evolution versus creationism, it's a mistake to talk about all that evidence. And how do you guys, what's the proof? You've seen a gazillion debates about the evidence, and ain't not a one of them changed nobody's mind, never. Because the issue is the framework from which the person approaches the evidence. So feeding them the evidence before they have the appropriate framework is honestly bad teaching. It's literally putting the cart before the horse. Go ahead, my one black friend.
To back that up, it's I think all of us can remember learning in math class, before you can solve the division equation, fraction equation, you have to balance the equation. That's the first thing you do. It makes it easier to determine what you're truly looking at. It makes it easier to perform a comparison or a calculation when you balance the equation. So yes, when both sides are in agreement about what is being discussed, you share definitions, you share the scope of whatever the topic is, it's certainly easier to debate or resolve whatever the issues are. So, good idea.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But here, let's take a quick look at this, guys. My one black friend, you can see. I don't think you can see my screen. Let me share it real quick with you. Sorry.
I have the chat open on my phone, but I'm listening to our audio, our live audio, but the chat on my phone is.
Yeah, but I need to. What I just need to do.
In a manner of speaking, I can see it.
Yeah, so I need, but I'm going to share.
There's just going to be a delay in the.
Yeah. But I can do you better than that, which is to, I think, share my screen here. I don't know why it's not. For some reason, the share screen thing isn't responding like I'm used to it. Hang on one sec. Reload that. Blase flavonoids.
I tried looking up flavonoids to know to no success at all.
Yeah, nobody knows how to spell it.
No, I would like you at some point to either type it in the chat or text it to me.
I don't know. It's a Robert Reed thing. We're gonna ask him. We're gonna ask him, but I'm not gonna be surprised if he has no idea. All right.
I'm thinking they're a civilization in a book.
All right. So my one black friend, I'll do that. I'll do the delay thing. You'll just be on a couple second delay, but no big deal.
Let's take the easy path.
Yeah, take the easy path. All right. So, guys, you can see this is my dissertation: replaying life's virtual tape, examining the role of history in experiments with digital organisms. Guys, again, when Ken Hovind touched on, he said, evolution has these constraints, and you're never going to see a cow larger than a mountain, but they'll never be smaller than a leaf of a tree or whatever, right? And what did I say? Right on cue. Yeah, Kent, that's really great. My dissertation research is about how history constrains evolution. You find that all the populations are not capable of all the adaptations.
That's true.
Stolen straight out of my dissertation. Straight out of my dissertation. On the spot. He just wasn't in the plan. I didn't have it sitting there waiting. He just started talking about constraints. And again, how did I do it? Just fun and playfully. You know what, Kent? You're right. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a niece who was born with 6 fingers on each hand. Now, she's by any stretch of the imagination of people who've had this mutation. It's been there for thousands of years, minimally, in human beings.
Yeah.
I was very interested in this. They cut them off so she wouldn't be weird or have Inigo Montoya try to kill her. Princess Bride reference. So it was explained to me that there were no bones in those fingers.
Yes.
It's just cartilaginous.
Wow.
Basically, like a finger without bones. Now, what if you gave it 80,000 years and this trait kept coming out again and again, and child after child after child? Someone's going to get the bone in there, mutating, and they pass that on. And eventually, this becomes a real thing that people have the 6th finger on each hand. And maybe that finger over time gets lower and lower and lower, and it comes down to here, rather than like hers was, I was told, branching off of her pinky. So my friend is a polydactyl cat, and there you are. Look, I was at an airport, and I had not on the plane. I didn't sit next to the doctor on the plane. But he delivered babies, and I asked him, like, how often do you see babies born with tails? He goes, it's rare, but it does happen, and I actually have delivered a baby with a tail. He goes, also in my practice, I've treated babies that have had tails. And he said the thing we have to be concerned about when we see one is where those muscles attach.
Right, because tails move. There's a lot of muscular in the tail. Yeah.
What he stated, now he didn't give me a lecture, right?
Sure.
I had 15 minutes in line.
And it's probably better that he didn't.
Well, everyone who could hear was fascinated by what he was sharing.
So then he had to keep it at everybody level, right? Just to to do more with the conversation, right?
I think he saw the way I was speaking to him, and I don't think he cared how interested everybody else was, but he certainly wasn't going to stop the conversation because all these people were turning around looking and sort of moving the line to have a little circle around us while we were talking. So he understood I must have some sort of background that helps me ask the level of questions I was asking. And he said that one of the things they are really concerned about is how those muscles attach, because those muscles help you go to the bathroom, and sort of if you have to hold it in, those muscles help you hold it in. So I asked him, does anybody ever keep the tail? He goes, no one's ever kept the tail. The parents want you to get rid of the tail.
Well, of course. And I think with good reason, right? Because there's very real social pressures to not have that particular type of abnormality. And guys, this is something, like I dated a girl who was intergender, and I feel so much for her. I hope she's doing well, because we were always good to each other, great relationship, just didn't work out, right? And part of the reason, what was interesting about her story was she's a beautiful, young woman, that's what you would see, right? But she sees herself as also male. And it's such a problem because she's a model. She's got a very unique look and, you know, she's great. And so she's not just a model. She's like, I almost want to call it like a feature model or lead model. Like within the models you see in a fashion show on a walkway, there's a hierarchy. And usually sort of an honorary position is to be the first model on the runway with the, because that's the show opening piece, right? That's going to be a really bad piece, right? So is the show closing piece. That's going to be a really bad piece, right? Just sequencing, right? And a lot of times that's the same model. The way they do the rotations and stuff, it's so the same model will open and close because she's the one, right? But not always. But she's used to being that. So there's a sort of, you know, catty subculture. But my point is that makes her intensely, almost competitively hyper-feminized in her work even. You see what I'm saying? And then she sees herself this other way. And she loved me because I accepted her intergenderness. Like, I was like, oh, it's cool. You see yourself as a dude? Fine, whatever, cool. Look, dude.
The point of any relationship is acceptance.
Yeah, look, dude, hop in the car. You know what I mean? But eventually, our ultimate issue was, and I had to let her go, I'm very straight. And so even though I accepted her intergenderness, I always saw her as my girlfriend. Mm-hmm. And she respected that and liked it, and it was cool for a while. But then it was like, no, I kind of need somebody who can help me bring out that other side of me. And I think we both just felt like I wasn't that person, or I wasn't there, or it would have been more work with me than it should be, or whatever. And so it was one of the most pleasant things. It was just kind of like, hey, yeah, you got to do your thing. I got to do mine. It was fine. But
if it happens again, get her in roller derby.
Dog. If she'd have done
Women
roller derby, if she'd have
be aggressive,
if she'd have got into roller derby, I'd have been like, strap it on and let's ride. Man's got to do what man's got to do. I love roller derby. You basically said tell her to get into pro wrestling. Look, she get into roller derby. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, see her phone number still works.
Yeah, right. So the reason I brought that up, though, was because she had a very interesting dynamic with her parents that I think you'll see ties in the discussion we were having before. Mm-hmm. I felt for her parents because she had some, I don't want to say resentment, but it was kind of hard coming up for her because she would describe stories like, oh, I wanted to sort of run around topless outside and play ball with the boys. And then, even though she ain't really got nothing at this early age much different than what the boys got, she can't, right? Nope, you got to cover up and you can't do this, right? And anytime she wanted to, like, not dress femininely or whatever. And so now that she's older, she kind of looks back and feels like, oh, God, my family made that so hard, right? But I felt for her family, because we were talking about the tail thing, right? And how the family gets rid of the tail, and it's weird because the tail made the person unique, but the family's going, no, you can't be the kid with the tail. Like, we know what that's going to do to you in school and your dating life and it's going to be all types of hardships, so let's just get rid of the tail right now. And better sooner than later, even medically and all that type of stuff, right? It's going to be hard. It's going to be major surgery if it's later. So what's interesting is that's kind of how I felt her parents were. Mm-hmm. To them, they just had a beautiful baby girl. That's what they saw. They did their best to keep her within the safe social norms acceptable to girls. In there, I don't think they or her, when she's a young girl running around topless, are anywhere near a conversation about intergender. She's just a girl who feels like she should be able to run around with the boys, and they're just parents. Yeah, as a lot of kids do. And they're just parents who feel like they can't let their little girl run around in the yard topless, right? You see what I'm saying? And so,
well, look, that child has spent years walking around the house with no top on. Just on a hot day, if a family doesn't have much money for air conditioning or they're swimming, they're probably not. I grew up in a poor neighborhood.
Yeah, and if it's a girl at home, you don't care.
Throws a bikini on their 1-year-old. So the kids going around the yard or the neighborhood or whatever, just walking around with no top on, and it's no big deal. And nobody, at least where I'm from, nobody thought it was. It's a baby. You're not supposed to be looking at it in a way that is gonna get exciting for you,
Yeah, so. and so so it was interesting, and I just remember appreciating that dynamic and genuinely appreciating it because I understood where she was coming from, right? But it didn't demonize her parents in my mind. And of course, she still loved her parents. We spent a lot of time at her parents' house. So it was kind of all good, but it was just super interesting because you could see the perspectives on both sides. And that's the thing about me, y'all. I was trained in the biological anthropology department, and so you're trying to understand human nature. You're not judging human nature. I tell this people with the dangerous Christians, the dangerous theists idea, right? It's like if we really think that these people, whatever that means, like think dangerous things and they're buying into these dangerous worldviews and stuff, well, then I'm not saying it's a good thing, but maybe to some extent we can show a little bit more grace because it's like, to some extent we suspect this, right? So if you take 100 people without, the dangerous parts of theism, compared to 100 people with the dangerous parts of theism, you would expect the theists to be more likely to do the dangerous thing, right? That's what we keep saying, right? That's a big part of the reason we do all of this, right? Is the theism isn't real and it's making them do bad things, right? So to me, it's more reasonable to expect them to be one of the people who might have done bad things. And when you run into one of them, you don't toss them out because they've done bad things. You remind yourself, oh yeah, they're a product of that worldview that I think makes people do bad things. So this is just an example of that worldview, providing the loosey-goosey grounds for people to do these type of bad things. So why cast them aside for being the rule and not the exception? And that's just a perspective I have on that. Go ahead. I know you got some thoughts.
Well, some rules need to change. We know this.
Absolutely.
And some of the bad behaviors we see need to go away. Segue into religion. Notes on religion. I've heard apologists after apologists like the Ken Hams. I don't know that I've ever heard Kent Hovind say this, but I'll say Ken Ham and Frank Turek for sure. What kind of world do you think you'll get, or what kind of person do you think you get if you teach them that this and this is right? Like they're an animal, or maybe Kent Hovind did say they came from a rock, right?
Yes.
The hypocrisy, I can't speak for a lot of religions, but in Christianity, you have a God that's a murderer, solves almost every problem by causing suffering or out and out killing people. What kind of world do you think you're going to have if you tell people to be godly? God kills his own kid just so he could forgive people that don't happen to believe that he even had a kid. God kills his own kid. Logic, as Dusty Smith would say. By the way, you got a mention on the show about a month ago. So if we're looking at that as our example, right, we're going to have problems. If that is being put forth as the paragon of morality, the Bible, we've got problems. If parents want the Bible taught in school, which is a violation of the Establishment Clause, in my opinion, for the most part, if it's mandatory, it is. And yet they won't teach it at home, they need to be made aware there's a problem. That's what's accepted, right? That idea again and again, many Christians have that idea. Let's put it out there. And yet there's a hypocrisy, an element of hypocrisy there. It's not the best thing. It's not good. If I could make the curriculum for what's to be taught about the Bible, no kids going home. Well, few kids will go home a Christian. Very few. Look, I'm going to give you the stuff your parents don't want you to know about, and they don't know about it either. But again, that goes to saying some of those things need to change.
Absolutely.
And it will take a long time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Take a very long time.
Chat, let me know about the audio. I heard it. I did hear what's going on with the sound. So let me know. I'm going to have to look into that. So hang on a second, my one black friend.
Sure. Can I keep talking? Okay, so Dave M says, did this thing move? Just an animal is Ken Ham from Iraq as Hovind. Dave M, thank you so much for providing the I cut out. Really? Come on, internet. Zechariah Sitchin could not read cuneiform. He couldn't. So that's a popular misconception about him. He could not do it. And Satan's little helper, God hates women. Well, I'll have you know, he hates more than just women. Clearly, where this springs from is if you read the Bible, you'll notice again and again, women are made lesser than in that book. Some could say, oh, that's just a culture. We're getting notes from the Hebrews, Israelites, on their culture. That's how they viewed things. Well, look, if this is God's chosen people, why wasn't this reformed instantaneously the moment they knew they had a God? It wasn't. Women continued to be worth, if you were selling your daughter into slavery, which is permitted, she was worth half of what a male was, your son was. And you probably wouldn't sell your son into slavery because your son could probably get a job making more money than your daughter and contribute to the household until he had a family of his own and maybe even beyond. Let's see. Graham, Dave says to Graham, I went through a phase. I have some Ancient Aliens books. Our ancestors came from outer space and the Chariots of the Gods. Okay, I think those are two books. Our ancestors came from outer space. Chariots of the Gods for sure is a book. Lena, I want to say hello to you as well. YouTube Punk says hello. Let's see. Give hug, Lena from YouTube Punk. Very nice. Carrie Ann Chrysler says yes.
All right. I'm going to try to get in here. Guys, let me know how my audio sounds. I just turned on the de-esser, put it on mail. I still hear it. I think there's still going to be a bit of an issue, but it should be a little bit better, and I'll look into it in a second. All right, my one black friend, go ahead again. Sorry.
Okay. For Graham, I just want to say I encourage you to go to YouTube and type in a search why Sitchin is wrong. And you can watch the video on there. You're going to see an interview done with Michael Heiser, who actually can read cuneiform. And you'll hear some criticisms from him that'll help you in your understanding in that subject, which is fascinating. I cannot comment on our ancestors came from outer space, other than if you enjoy writing science fiction, this topic is so rich and you can really have a lot of fun with it. So if you've had that desire to maybe write something science fiction-y, I think that is an excellent place to start. And I would say, as a former writer, you can use your experience here on Earth and see what modern scientists do to get ideas about how to write your other civilization. The same things that can happen here on Earth can happen on your faraway planet. The same problems can happen on your faraway planet. And you can play the Star Trek thing and the Star Wars thing and have completely different civilizations that interact with the one on the faraway planet. You can have Jupiter turn into the sun because it's a gas giant. You can have Saturn turn into the sun. You can put life on other planets. I also suggest reading science fiction from like the 1800s when they're looking through telescopes up at other planets and getting lots of ideas. Also science books from that time. You may want to make your piece a period piece as well, to where this is all taking place in the 1300s or 4000 before the Common Era, or at the time of Jesus. So Jules Verne, Carrie Ann. So have fun with that, and I do appreciate you doing that. And I noticed Top Dog, Shattuck, has mentioned David Duchovny. Side note, I have a Trust No One shirt signed by Chris Carter. I met him and he sent it to me.
That's super dope.
Which is very nice.
Super dope, super dope. I feel like I'm
unopened.
Quiet,
well, I guess it's open, unworn, because it was too small. The shirt was too small. Anyway.
All right, let's
otherwise I would have worn it.
My one black friend.
Yes.
Hang on. Oh God, I made myself super quiet. All right, so one of the things I wanted to touch on some of these comments that we got, and they're gonna circle back to my feelings about the whole situation, the whole debacle. U2 Punk said, I didn't acknowledge it before. Jay flipped the script, and that triggered some atheists. It's like they saw the magic trick, didn't like it / get it, and demanded you show to them how you did it, thereby ruining it.
Yeah, that's early on in the broadcast.
Yeah, I couldn't. That really sums up my point. And but the reason I had to bring it back up is because it ties into some of the goals I had for this broadcast that I hadn't quite got to yet. I always have a checklist in the back of my mind. And one of the points there is I realize that sometimes you may have to get rid of the fans who are not your primary target audience. So to put it more straightly, one of the things that I've learned that people like about my presentation is that it's what I call a bridge presentation. I'm deliberately not the hardcore scientist. And what it does is it allows people to relate to me a lot easier. People can come up to me and say, well, I always thought it'd be cool to be a researcher, but I don't actually know a lot about science. And I can be genuine as a PhD and say, yeah, me neither.
Well, and then that's a move Einstein did when a child wrote to him saying, Mr. Einstein, I have a book for this. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this on the show before, where a child wrote to him and says, I'm having some difficulty with mathematics, and that's not an exact quote.
Sure.
But Einstein's reply was essentially,
me too.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Now, granted,
that's great.
It scales up. Clearly, they aren't talking about the same thing.
Right.
But it scales up. Thunderfoot was talking about some calculations, and that guy's majorly smart. I forget how many PhDs he has. Very learned like yourself, and he says he'll be talking about some subject. The math for this challenges me. Like, it's hard. So, of course, within one's discipline, one can excel. And then there's some other category that requires roughly the same intelligence that just some people look, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah,
I don't understand.
And beyond that, I was just going to add to what you're saying is I don't have the background. The reason I had to deal with a lot of imposter syndrome in grad school was because I was constantly being repurposed. So when I did, biological anthropology, I wasn't in anthropology. I wasn't an anthropology major. I made my own major, which was social dynamics. So I was doing a lot of psych classes, sociology, economics, and a ton of independent studies. And I didn't even have to do gen ed. Like, I did a portion of the gen ed, but then when I came back, they changed the policy because basically I was in a create your own major program, right? And if they say do that, but then they say, well, you still have to take all these gen eds, then you end up taking a lot of time and effort just to cover your gen eds. And that just became less important over time, like grad schools, post-secondary, nobody cared, right? So they said, hey, you guys don't have to do gen ed. Only this program, right? Because we were so special, literally. They were like, hey, you guys are special, you don't have to do gen eds anymore. So I never had to take the core scientific classes. Plus I wasn't going towards science, right? At that point, I was going towards anthropology, and I was doing music technology stuff, right? I was more into entertainment. I was going to take the dating coach stuff and all my biological research and do a show based on it. And everybody knew this, right? And so I literally
I tried to explain this to Jason, and he didn't want to hear it. He thought I was mocking him or being silly or something. I literally said, Jason, maybe the reason you would have handled the debate so differently is because you would have done something I simply could not have done.
That's fair.
Right? Like, I didn't take chemistry in college. I didn't take chemistry or physics in college. I never took undergraduate astrobiology. Like, I took a cool geology course. That's how I learned about tectonic plates. Irony, ironically taught by two guys who wore like Hawaiian shirts and shit. But that was super cool. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, that was super cool. But that was it. And then most of my stuff was social sciences, criminology, social dynamics, which and I was preparing to go to law school. So when I started talking about the law, I'm actually in my comfort zone. I used to work in the prosecutor's office. I got lots of legal experience. And political. So that was fine for me. And the other thing is, tying back to what Rich Lensky said to me when I sat him down, he said that the PhD is not a learning degree. It's a doing degree. And this gets back to specialty. What he was saying in that moment was, Jay, don't feel like you don't belong here because you don't have all of the prerequisite knowledge that everybody else had. You're here now. This your gig. You don't have to feel no kind of way about nothing. You're here now. And so, it's not about what you learn to get, it's just about what you do now to get out of here, right? And then he was like, also what I took away from it is, it's not a learning degree, it's a doing degree. You're not here to learn all that stuff. You're not here to sit in on biology classes and regurgitate stuff that ain't got nothing to do with your research. You're not here to get caught up on physics so you can increase you don't need to compensate for do cell biology stuff. That way you can get caught up to your lab mates. No, you're not a microbiologist. Why you need to do that? You've way overachieved for a non-microbiologist. You're just you, right? And so, again, I actually was sticking to the script. And even preparing for the debate, I talked to Cliff. People remember this because we streamed it, right? We stream our meetings. So Cliff said very clearly, he's going to hold up a flashcard, right? It's going to have all the stuff on it, right? I talked to Mark Reed about it. Mark Reed came through. He said, because Mark Reed's debated Ken Hovind a couple times. He's got another one coming up. He said, he's going to hold up a flashcard, right? It's going to have nothing to do with anything you're talking about, right? And I told him, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm going to just ignore it. He was like, yeah, that's one of the good strategies. A lot of people like to pick them apart and shred them, but, an equally valid strategy is to say it has nothing to do with anything and move on, right? So I just picked option B, right? And which was in alignment with what all other experts and people in my field had told me to do. Another thing, when I say I do science for money, I mean I do science for money. And when people think even, he must be part, the purpose of this is you don't know when, you know what I'm saying? You're supposed to, it's got to be believable. It ain't going to be believable if it's not based in my personal truth. And for me, it's like, it's how I tell everybody to be, but it's like part of what I've been saying since I started graduate school is I tell people every chance I get, I do science for money. So for all my PhD work in evolutionary biology, people sat around watching me have a debate, and I said, I do science for money, and it triggered the chat, and everybody lost their minds and everything. They would just be sitting there laughing. They were like, really, Jay? They pop like that when you just saying something you say all the time, right? And it's become, people understand it, it's actually a very important part of the message. What I'm saying is, science is a way to pay your bills. Yeah. It is a fantastic job to have where what you're passionate about, what you're curious about, what you love to think about and do becomes your job. And then you get surrounded by all the best people in the world who have that same little specific interest. I have all the best people in evolutionary biology and evolution education and all that we do. Digital evolution, I work with the people who built and wrote the systems I use for my research because we all just get together and it becomes a family, right? And so that is the message for the students who are like me, who are gonna say, well, I didn't grow up fantasizing about dinosaurs, since I was 3, and I didn't excel in science class, and science wasn't really my jam in high school, or maybe even not as an undergrad. But nevertheless, they're like, now that now I got a little understanding, a little access to the system. It might be. That's why we celebrated the kid. To us, as professional scientists, we knew him learning a bunch of biological information that he could spit back in a seminar was never the point. It was to take a young person, get him in the lab, let him see what it's like to work in the lab, make sure he gets paid for it. So he goes, wow, instead of flipping burgers this summer or working at the mall, I worked in the lab. It paid well, right, relative to that stage in his life and other gigs. I work with cool people, and I just did the job. I just went in there, and so that's what we celebrated, right? And so that's kind of why my stance on these things works within my scientific community, because they know I'm representing for the people who have a different background, different interest, and I'm saying your ticket into the profession is to just take the ticket and do the job. And people love that because that message gets lost. And to tie it up for you too, here's the problem that people missed, especially missed in the Hovind debate, and especially missed when you're talking about creationists and people who don't have the best background in science and all of that. We don't have a problem recruiting science nerds into science. So all of you guys who get on YouTube and y'all are so science crazy that you actually will get on YouTube and not watch something funny, fun, or exciting, or go watch Netflix or HBO or none of that. Y'all want to get on YouTube and watch PhDs have conversations, and you do your science research, and you love science.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so, right? It's great. It's wonderful. But they're rare too.
God did it. It's not a great example. It's not a great explanation, which is why even in Genesis, they're trying to tell you how this was done in stages. And it's let the earth bring forth this. God is speaking this into being. Then after that, it says, and so God made it.
Right.
But it gives you the process. Let the earth do it. Well, how? Stop asking questions.
Yes, yes, literally every time.
That's sort of where, at some point, your education picks up and says, okay, so here's how evolution works.
Yes, and then
if you really must know,
absolutely,
here's how it works.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And so the other thing I was trying to get at there too is, so since we're not having, like, if you're enthusiastic about, like you were an enthusiastic Christian about reading the Bible. So you read the Bible, right? Probably.
Yeah, but this was. I just have to speak to this.
Sure.
Not a dare, but a friend of mine who was an agnostic, well, still is an agnostic. She said, "Well, the Bible says this and this." I'm like, "No, it doesn't." And she says, "Oh, yes, it does." She showed me in her Bible, her second Bible, on CD, and for millennials, there were these things called cassette tapes.
Oh, the argument from embarrassment. It was like
an MP3, only it was on like a piece of some kind of fancy material that had two little reels that rolled around on inside of a package. But anyway,
she pulled the receipts on you, and you were embarrassed.
And she did it immediately, and I said to her, "You know what?
That's funny.
It appears I don't know this book as well as I thought. I'm going to read the whole thing."
And so
I couldn't just the objectionable things. I couldn't stay a Christian based on that, let alone reading it and going, "You know what? It's a lot of nonsense in here."
Absolutely. And so for me, it's interesting that you say that, because that's wild to me, that type of experience. But so let me not get too distracted. So
please, sorry.
But no, that was a great story actually, and ties right into it. So the thing is, if you have those sort of motivations, then the things that are built to motivate people to do the thing are not actually made for you. So to me, it's like, if you're a kid who already loves reading the Bible, to me, something like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon or some sort of pamphlet or a program that's supposed to make Bible reading appealing to kids, their target is the kids who otherwise wouldn't read the Bible, right? And so if you're already reading the Bible, I don't need to motivate you to read the Bible. And so this is sort of an issue people don't think about in science. You have a bunch of science nerds showing up to a thing going, why don't you, make this more appealing to the science nerds? Because you're already science nerds, right? So the goal is to take, have a science nerd tone it down a bit so that a non-science nerd feels like, oh, I can relate to that scientist. And then that's their gateway into science. And that's exactly what my colleagues in work came to understand. I finally convinced my colleagues, and I had to have this talk with them. I'd be like, I want to do science, education and communication and all this stuff, so I'm going to start making content, but I can't make the content about science.
Well,
hang on. I just want to share this, guys, right? They're like, what, right? And what I eventually explained to them is I have to build community. The most important thing is that you know science. The first step is you need to know a scientist. And you need to know that scientist through just genuine relationship, community, coolness. And then what happens is, over time, they start to say, well, Jay, what do you do for the day job? Oh, I'm a scientist. Come on, But yeah, we ain't got to talk about science. Let's talk about wrestling, right? Or whatever we're doing. And then eventually they go, man, I'd really love to hear more about your research. Yeah, all right, yeah, whatever. All right, fine, it's cool, let's do whatever, right? But eventually, it's now a few people and a bunch of them saying, yeah, Jay, it'd be dope if you said something about your research. Well, now, rather than dragging them in and turning everything into science class, I've attracted them to me interpersonally. They want to know more about me, really. That's really why they want to know about my work, right? And so now they're asking me for it. And they're asking me for more, right? Then I give them the little bit that I give them in a creative way. So like I do, I used to do I was doing a lab talk, and instead of just me giving a lab talk and then sharing that with my community, on stream I made the lab talk, but the lab talk was using my animated character from GTA. So I shot it as though, he rode to the lab, and then he went in the underground bunker, and I replaced the computer screens with the Vita stuff, and then I sat there and gave a very great lab talk, like in presentation, but I made it a video of the video game, right? And then I actually used that as a lab talk in real life with my lab. Yeah, I probably will.
You should post that on YouTube.
Yeah. And so what was so dope, it's on one of the channels, but yeah, I'll post it and highlight it. But what people loved about that was it worked, right? It worked because I showed that work was meaningful to me, that creativity, and my colleagues got it. Oh, he's using the community building, the non-scientific stuff to get people excited about it and looking for it, and then he keeps them asking for more rather than turning everything into a beat you over the head science class till you're bored, which will bring you back to the place where you weren't learning science in the first place because it wasn't interesting. And then another thing I did, hang on, just to tie this up, when I did that with that, I released a music video with it. Right, the MC Commandments music video I showed a couple times. It's like a hardcore gangster rap video. It's based on Notorious B.I.G.'s 10 crack commandments, but it's like the 10 motorcycle club rules. And so what happened was I made that on stream, and it took me forever to make that. And so I used them together. I released them, very close to each other. The idea being that people would go to the channel, see the music video, like the music video, see what else I'd put up on the channel recently, and then find the lecture, right? And even a lot of people in my club did the same thing. They went to the channel. They would come in the party singing the song, yeah, it's the MC Commandments, what? And they had memorized the lyrics. They loved it. My club loved it, right? And then a lot of them were like, oh, yeah, and I saw that other video up there about your research. That was pretty cool, too, Jay. I like what you did with that. That was pretty creative. And then, boom, that was it, right? And so even my colleagues now get that, yes, he's going to primarily be entertainment. He's primarily going to do community building. He's primarily going to do gaming and drumming and all this stuff that looks like it has nothing to do with science. And, boy, it's just going to let us spoon it in that science, over the time. So I just wanted to explicate some of that to you and the audience, and go ahead. Thanks for bearing with some of that explanation.
No, it's okay. I think you've hit upon something that's important for us all to keep in mind when people are confronting us, or we are teaching others, or confronting others. There's probably multiple ways to reach a person. I can listen to either Leonard Susskind, who teaches physics, or Neil deGrasse Tyson, all day long. They are completely different styles. Susskind is, in my opinion, is for someone who wants to understand physics well enough to do it. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is someone who talks about astrophysics in a way that it can be repeated without being understood fully. Big difference. Important difference, too. Because if you do have a grasp on it, a real grasp, where you can write the papers on the stuff, which is what Susskind will teach you, and what I don't know that Neil deGrasse Tyson has time to. But for you, you are talking to students. They need the know-how, and the know. I guess there's know-how versus know-why. Susskind and you are know-how, but you're trying to bring the know-why into it, which is what Neil deGrasse Tyson teaches.
Absolutely, the know-why, and then also focus on the know-how, right? And believe that neither of that is content. When you're talking about know-why, now I'm saying science is important and trying to motivate you. And then when you say know-how, I'm still not focused on content. Right? I'm going, well, how is you get in the lab and you got to go through the peer review process, and this is how you make media for bacteria, and this is how you put them on a petri dish, right? Because again, the how is not memorize these scientific facts, because that's not science, right? Even the stuff where I'm saying, or I don't know, and the progress of science is to find the I don't know, and there's no money in what's been proven, right? Because they said, what's one thing that's been really well accepted as settled science that you still think there's problem with? And Kent, gave his examples. I was, all right, cool. Yeah, he did. Those are, it was an opportunity for him to point to the God of the gaps or whatever. So I was like, go ahead, identify some gaps, Kent. Knock yourself out or whatever, right? And then I was just like, I don't really do with settled science, because as an active researcher, again, the how, settled science isn't how we do science, right? How we do science is government give me some money for the stuff we don't know. So if it's settled science, it just doesn't have anything to do with how we do our job. So I just wanted to, big up what you're saying, because it touches on what I was saying. So yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I think, I don't know. I can easily be critical of Kent Hovind.
Obviously, yeah, of course.
I don't think he's being fair with his audience, with what he knows, because he's been taught better.
Yes, he's been corrected so many times. It's way off the bat.
He's been given a lot of facts.
Yeah.
But those facts aren't as important as what he has to propagate to people. And I do realize that there's probably a very good feeling in being reassured that the world or the universe isn't just a bunch of twists and turns that just sort of happened without being guided, most of it. It just sort of occurred. Because that means there is no divine being looking out for you. There is no one answering your prayers unless someone with the means, the connections, overhears you. I've been that guy so many times because I'm like, I got the power to do that. When I was a Christian, I was a very much, or even after Christianity, when I just sort of believed in a God for a little while, I can answer that prayer.
Absolutely.
I don't have to stretch myself too much to answer that. So I'm just going to do it. And I love seeing people happy. I enjoy being happy. And one of the ways that when I'm at my happiness, I'm probably with other people helping them do something that they thought was impossible.
Absolutely. So I want
that brings me a lot of joy.
Yeah, so just a couple of things we're touching from the chat. Somebody said, what's the estimate for the cost to prove M&Ms cause cancer? Y'all, the GoFundMe is very simple. You look up whatever the latest G5, G4, G7, private plane is, hangar, decade worth of jet fuel. That's the number. It's easy to find the number. That's the GoFundMe. We need a jet. It costs the price of a jet.
So you'll be having Kenneth Copeland help you with this, I'm assuming, and that's his fee.
I've been trying to tell people he probably do have some good financial tips. The man's sitting on a lot of land.
Well, he owns natural gas, so he'd be rich anyway.
Yeah. Also, Cameron Bennett said he said something about basically you lure them in with the J,
You know, that's the bait, and then when they bite, you know, they take the science down the throat.
I saw that.
And I like money as much as capturing Christianity does. Also, guys, I've learned something throughout all of this about the other side that's going to sound really weird. They're nowhere near as disingenuous as I've been thinking. Nowhere near as disingenuous as I've been thinking. So,
are they as disingenuous as I think they are?
Maybe, because you're a nicer person than I am. So.
No, I put them.
You think you put them further?
Let me put it this way: I am judging over the 12 tribes of apologists.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. So let's take Donnie for instance. I do think he presents himself as genuinely thinking that, not genuinely, I shouldn't say thinking, genuinely trying to present a neutral platform for what he sees as competing ideas to engage each other in a way, because he believes that putting his faith to scrutiny and critical thinking is actually incredibly important. So in that sense, you can almost look at it as we're not really enemies. He really wants to put spotlight and critical thinking on his faith, and so do I. Now, we might think, you know, that goes two different ways or to two different conclusions, but once I started to see him through that lens, it was like, oh, I don't have as much of a problem with this anymore. I used to be like, Donnie, this is trash. You're doing science versus pseudoscience, you know, critical thinking versus faith, and you know, that whole bit, I don't really like that, especially because, you know, equal time, I get sensitive about that and stuff. But then over a while, I was like, nah, Donnie's just kind of like one of my dudes from church who's just like into this counter-apologetics thing, and this is his way to rationally think through his faith and all of these sort of issues he sees in the culture. He's become a great broadcaster over the years. Even before I interacted with him, people kept telling me how great of a moderator he was. And that was when I was just talking trash and everything, like, Donnie's a piece of trash. Y'all know we walk into a 2-on-1 ambush, right? Like, I just wasn't hearing it. People are like, no, you're going to find Donnie's a pretty good moderator. And, you know, people say he's a nice guy. And he was, right? And so if you can allow them to participate and have a little bit of the space too, then it's okay, right? And the other thing is, a lot of times people felt like I didn't challenge Ken enough. Well, it's all about a culture. If you let me talk a lot, so even if I try to jump in on something you say, I try to let you talk, because I know that's what you do. So if you say something, you know, and I don't quite understand every word or agree with every premise, it don't matter. I'm gonna ultimately listen to you, try to hear what you're trying to say, right? So if I start challenging every single thing Kent Hovind puts in front of me and every word that comes out his mouth, what y'all think he gonna do to me? The same thing.
Well, it would be difficult. In fairness to you, go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we would get derailed in either way. None of us would ever really get anywhere, right? And so instead, you just do what the gentlemanly thing to do is. Y'all sit down for the debate. This is the format. 10 minutes for you, 10 minutes for you. General discussion between y'all, keep it friendly, and then we be doing the super chats, right? If I say, well, let's do the 5-minute rebuttals. That's why I didn't do the 5-minute rebuttals, because if I'd have started with the 5-minute rebuttals, I'd have had to take 5 minutes and talk about his stuff and shred it. And then he would have taken 5 minutes, and then the whole tone of everything would have changed, right? And then everything from there on would have been the hostile dumpster fire. Also, people forget, Donnie made it very clear to me, to Kent, to his community on other channels, he did not want a dumpster fire for Kent Hovind's 300th debate. Didn't want it. So where I'm really going with that is just to say that part of what we gained from your approach, from being as graceful as we could. I won't say your approach, but some of your guidance with my approach. My approach with a little power tips from my woman black friend, right? And taking that really gave us a great thing, because Kent didn't challenge my stuff. So everything I wanted to put out there just walked.
Right.
And then his audience saw him not challenge me on that stuff. And they've been upset with him for not challenging me on everything.
But in a sense, we both just provided the space for each other to share each other's ideas. And even, this used to bother me about Christopher Hitchens. I was constantly watching Christopher Hitchens debate where half the time went to the theist, and then I always felt like he didn't always, shred all their stuff because he just keep talking about his stuff or whatever. And over time, I realized, Jay, the reason Christopher Hitchens is your hero is because he debated the theist, is because he debated the other side, right? And when we do tonight, y'all, this is a great plug. Tonight, y'all, we're doing Atheist Crew Book Club, and we're getting close to wrapping up God is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens. But when I'm doing this broadcast, what do people keep saying every single time we do an episode, y'all? I never read any of Christopher Hitchens' books. I just found out Christopher Hitchens wrote books. I didn't discover Christopher Hitchens till he was already dead. I've only ever heard Christopher Hitchens in debate. So I realized that his legacy, as brilliant of a writer as he was, as brilliant of a professor as he was, right? He taught at the university, taught writing. He wrote for all these columns, and he made all these major television appearances on CNN and blase Glavinoids. What is he really most remembered for? The debates he had with the other side. And what did he have to do? They had to know that Christopher Hitchens could shred them, right? You don't want to debate Christopher Hitchens. Dawkins always dogs. If you get invited to debate Christopher Hitchens, don't. But Christopher Hitchens has to go there and shake their hand and say, hey guys, nice to meet you. A lot of times they have to have, lunch earlier in the day, and they might go out for drinks afterwards, and he could tell you all about his friends on the other side and all that stuff. And so he has to bear that burden of, yes, I'm going to interact with the other side. Yes, it's going to be probably friendlier than a lot of people would like, but it just comes with that platform. And then I realized, even as a hardcore Christopher Hitchens fan, that stuff outlived him and became more of his legacy, even than his special work and his books and all of that stuff. So once I realized that sort of hard, counterintuitive reality, I was like, well, now I got to just do what Christopher Hitchens would do. Be civilized, stick to the format, don't sabotage stuff, establish a reputation of Jay is strong. He will get his points out there, but he ain't looking to trap you. He ain't looking to respect you. He's cool. He can hang. He'll buy you a beer afterwards and keep it going. Thanks for bearing with me, Warrenberg Flynn. Appreciate you.
No, it's okay. I sort of forgot what I wanted to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hate when that happens.
No. It's okay. I think what you just said is pretty solid. Oh, I remember now.
Go ahead.
Sadly, in debates, the Gish Gallop, which is it's named after Dwayne Gish, as many people would remind you, where you make a bunch of points that are difficult to get to. It's a list that's difficult to get to everything. And then the guy who gave you the list can say, see, he never addressed my point about this, this, and this. I really do think one point at a time should be debated. The discussion, the debate should be down to one thing, confined to as an extremely narrow definition. And it's, you know what? You're using a lot of wrestling references. A debate should be a cage match. The cage should be tiny. Just large enough so that everyone can see through it, but not so big that people the two fighters are never in there at the same time. So that's the way I see it. If you do another debate, or I guess if I ever get around to doing debates, remind me I've said this. Let's narrowly define everything. Let's agree on the definitions, and then let's go. Let's have at it. I think an audience is made up of people who want to see their side win, and the people who are trying to transition to the other side, who are just looking for facts and truth. And hopefully the debate is filled with both of those and no nonsense. You'll have people being intellectually honest on the other side, and we have to be that way too.
Absolutely. And what happened for me was it all became beautiful, my one black friend, because even though I could, I know, but in a weird, in a weird afterwards, like, right? Because it was like, there was kind of like a, how do I describe this? We could come out on the other promotion's show and say, we're just here to promote our brand.
right? And everybody can say, well, see, you know, he's just playing you guys. He's really here to just promote the other promotion, right? And then our audience actually gets upset at us about it because they looked good. The promotion that was hosting us looks good. So then our audience got mad because they felt like our superstars, you know, didn't look as superhero as their superstars. But for the other promotion, oh, now things just got great. And this is what I realized almost immediately. I realized this immediately. You did it, it blew up, and now you've got to take the heat. And that's the best part about it. Because I think the other side now can go, hey, Kent, he was just joking about the thing with the numbers because it hurt his numbers. And he lost subscribers over it. And rather than backpedal and throw you under the bus to keep those people, he said, nope, that's just the cost of doing business. And we're going to pay it every time, right? And now they're like, oh, they're really genuine. They really, because they know, because now they've seen us take the bullets for it, right? And they've been like, nope, they ain't run, they ain't backpedal, they ain't dodge. They just said, nice doing business with you. See you next time, right? Now, to tie back to what you were saying, with, like I said, when he asked me about round 2 with Kent, what did I do? I responded with round 1 of Donnie versus Wayne. Now let's pretend there's no COVID. I always say pretend there's no COVID because I want to make points about how I feel about things without, you know, always having to account for the fact that we're in the pandemic. I'm not traveling anywhere, so that's the bottom line there. But if there was no pandemic, goddamn right, y'all, I would be taking them up on that offer to go to Dino Land. And we would do probably exactly what I said. The main event will be, you know, the Ham versus Nye style, you know, round 2. Round 1, guys, you know, there were 2 Ken Ham versus Bill Nye debates. There was 2 of them. The first one was on TV, on a stage, televised. Everybody made a big deal about it. The second one was much smaller. It's mostly, you know, bounced around the internet community, and it was at the actual ARC encounter once it opened. Yeah, and Bill Nye and Ken Ham are just walking through it, having sort of a walking debate, a tour debate, if you will. It was actually really more powerful to me than the first one because it's the first one that made me really feel like Christian indoctrination was really child abuse. Because I saw a real educator and scientist being completely undermined by a pseudoscientist scammer, and then the scammer kept accusing the scientist of manipulating the children, and I was like uber disgusted. Yeah, but anyway, go ahead.
I met Bill Nye at the supermarket, and I wanted to ask him about that, but I was like, how many hundreds of people interrupt this guy's day? So I just let it go. But I desperately wanted to ask him that. Just for people who know, who don't know, I live in the Los Angeles area, and so you probably could see someone who's famous almost every day here, depending on like where you go and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, so I was very interested in why he would do that. I don't think he helped one person in that event deconvert. Where the people who believe in the propaganda of Hovind and Ham and Turek, and Frank Turek's not getting out of that group, is that they desperately want their side to be right because heaven is riding on it. An eternal paradise with no lack, no limitations, no suffering, no crime. Heaven's supposed to be really pretty. And if you have listened to Kat Kerr, heaven is the most interesting place that there ever is. To let all that go for what comes next, which is all these other people keep going, but you don't. It's probably pretty difficult for people. For me,
This is fire. This is fire. I got to share a blog post with y'all. I got to share my first blog post with y'all. Let me explain what we just tapped into right here. Mm-hmm. This is everything to me because, man, this is the honor. This is the privilege. This is what we're here for. Like you said, Bill Nye was not there to deconvert them, and he knows he can't. What he's there to do is be friendly Bill Nye, fun, gently pointing out to people, this is not true, this is not true, this is not science, this is not science, walk around, dip, see y'all later. But he's planting a seed that when those people may start to be de-radicalized or they may bump into other things, he's planted a little seed that they can recall later on. Maybe find some more Bill Nye, maybe make the soil firm, because this is how relationships work, right? It's like when you first told me the thing about try to be as nice to Ken as you can, wasn't in the game plan at all. Wasn't in the game plan at all. But because I wanted to show people, oh no, he done messed up, you know, and everybody about to see on the big stage that nope. Right? Merciless J is coming. And then when we started to think differently about the situation later on, almost on some you know, we gotta do a wrestling, we gotta do an inter promotional, you know, event here, and what's the creative gonna be? Well, and once we started looking at the creative differently, then we're going, you know, my one black friend did bring up this point at some point, right? And then you're going, oh, maybe this don't have to be, you know what I mean? And so literally, what people don't even understand what I've been trying to tell them, it wasn't really like played out the way we originally thought at the beginning, right? It just kind of unfolded kind of organically and escalated, and then, you know, Cliff said, don't talk about the card. And then, you know, my one black friend said, be as nice as possible. A lot of that stuff, is going in one ear, out the other. You're not worried about it. Mark Reed said he's going to try to draw you out. Don't do it. You know, and you're piecing all these things together, and you're going, wait, remember how we threw everybody for the big surprise with Rebecca? See, if people know, this is the playbook. You know, you have certain matches. And what I mean by that is you have a lot of matches that are very creative, but a lot of matches are just a person's standard match. And then there's wrinkles on that. When you deal with the Four Horsemen, they're going to chase you around the ring, take the huge bumps, you know, and keep their titles by disqualification with smoke and mirrors from, you know, the rest of the gang or the valet. You know, the Hulk Hogan matches, they're going to get heat on them. It's going to be kind of dirty. They're going to go back and forth for a while. Eventually, Hulk Hogan's going to hulk up, right? He does that hulk up, right? He's going to get him and he hulks up, right? He's going to hulk up, right? When he hulks up, he's going to hit you with the big combo. It's going to go into the big boot. Then he's going to drop the leg on you, and we out of here, right? Right? Like, and so everybody kind of has, you know, Ric Flair has his 60-minute, you know, Broadway. He's going to do a 60-minute time limit draw. Right? There are a lot of television channels. They're going to do 15 time, right? Everybody's, the monster, the big monster, he comes out, he does squash matches. We're going to put, you know, not that big of people against him. He's going to destroy him. 2 minutes later, he's walking back to the locker room. So at this point, if you look back at what we did with Rebecca, what did we do with Rebecca her first time on Bread of Life came here? What I did was I cut promos against her all day long and every day. Rebecca, boy, you such a fool. Rebecca, we're exposing. You know, I just went in as hard as because people thought I was going to murder that poor girl. And then what did we do when she showed up? Rebecca, tell us about your favorite scriptures. Right? Then she'd get into the faith train. She'd say something real basic fundamentalist theology. And what would we say? Yeah, that made a whole lot of sense to us as a Christian. Yeah, we think that's a very reasonable perspective for most Christians to have, right? She moved right on. Now, what happened ever since then? Me and Rebecca have been friendly as heck. Where's Rebecca at now? Lately, she came on air and apologized to me. Jay, I've been thinking about what you say and what Erica said and what Dr. Dan says, and I realized, because I came off on her, I said,
they don't respect us. They don't respect our profession. They don't respect what we're doing. And now they want to call us friends, right? And I went off on it. And she came and she sat down. And then what'd she do? She went on her channel and she said, guys, I'm reconsidering how strongly I come out against evolution. Mm-hmm. I made a video the next day. Rebecca, don't switch up on us now. No. We were just starting to like spicy anti-evolution, Rebecca. And be trying to switch it up on us and change lanes and grow. That's what I said.
No,
I called the stream. I said Rebecca Davis grows. Yeah, I said Rebecca Davis grows, and this is how I sold it, my one black friend. I started smoking weed on the stream like I always do, right? And I'm saying, yeah, I know Rebecca Davis grows. Yeah, this shit Rebecca sent me crazy. And people was like, what? What? Rebecca Davis don't grow. Rebecca, I'm very surprised to hear that. So I was like, yo,
that wasn't fair to do.
I said,
that was unfair.
Yeah, it was unfair. I said, oh yeah, Rebecca grew some. Ooh, this weed Rebecca sent me. And they said, nah, I'm just messing around. And then I said, what I mean by unfair. Yeah, with them I said by grows is she's growing, right? She's actually showing signs of personal growth. And I'm like, Rebecca, don't be growing on us. You know what I mean? We got, So, but guys, what I'm saying is we did the fun, we did the angst, we did the super hardline antagonistic promos. Then we treated the person lovely. Then we went back to more antagonistic promos, but now the person knows we treat them lovely, right? So then once we really go at them, they hear it. And then now Rebecca's making progress. Very slow progress, but again, less radical of a stance is the first step. So we celebrate the relationship has led and contributed to step one. Didn't do it alone. Hint, hint, community. But happy to be a part of it, right? Mm-hmm. I want to say another thing about the pipe bomb interviews. They work every time. Y'all got to understand, certain superstars, their presentation is amplified versions of them. And nothing is sacred in wrestling. So if I have a superstar with a criminal past, maybe some substance history, and at the same time, that's just what you're dealing with. You want to wrap that into the presentation. So if I've got a superstar who is just really good at being hateable and is just comfortable pushing the emotional buttons to the extreme. He's got the super combo with the emotions. And so he's going to go to, no, the you know what I mean? Like, no, I'm ready to eat you and that. And that's just, it's just the way we like it, right? Mm-hmm. And so a lot of these are our most well-received moments, even on other channels. So there's no way in hell this thing is slowing down. There's just no way in hell. Like, okay. It's just because that's the magic, right? When I flipped out on Jason Torrance' channel, loved it. People loved it. Again, atheists were nervous, mad, feeling dejected, but a lot of even the atheist crowd reached out to me and was like, no, that was really great. And also because I spoke to not wanting a panel full of white guys to tell me how to talk and feel. And they need to be more sensitive to that. I had done a whole podcast on color blindness and gender blindness in this community. Stop saying we treat everybody the same. That's the problem. Don't treat everybody the same. We're not the same. A person who's black, I can tell you, as the only black kid in all white school, do not treat me like my experience up here is different, is the same as everybody else's, because it's not. It's not. Just isn't. So that's what we do, right? We do the same thing to Rebecca. She's hosting a panel on her channel. What happens? Everybody's talking over, and she's trying to get in there. She's trying to. That's why I thought of her when you talked about the screaming child, right? Because she's trying to get in there. She's trying to get in there. She finally kind of just gets in there, and everybody's tripping, and then somebody, no name, has the audacity to look at her and say, Rebecca, you ought to do more to moderate this panel. Like she isn't sitting there trying. But it's like they don't see that, but the rest of us do. We're watching a panel full of men overtalk this woman on our own channel, not let her get a word in edgewise. And that's what I see. I'm one of very few black content creators in this community, especially as a black man. Do this with you. I always say I don't know many outside of us until you get to like the Atheist Experience Network and the people they're putting on with black non-believers, and there's some. I'm not saying we're the only ones that exist on the planet. That again, that's the problem. They point to one or two. They go, nope. There's these other two people. Exactly. Our point exactly. There's these other 2 or 3 people, right? And so that's what we see. And then we don't have a whole lot of examples of ones with the PhD. So then now we got this, how y'all treat this one black PhD versus how y'all treat all the white PhDs. And that's the story of my life. You think being an all-black kid in all-white schools, people came out to me and said, "Hi, Jay, I'm racist. Hi, Jay, I treat you differently than everybody else." Hi, like you just, right, it's what Gin and Truth says it all the time on his broadcast. He says, if predators looked like predators, they would never predate. And what he is saying is, if they showed you the warning signs, if it was outward, you could just avoid it. And so that's what
I'm going to disagree with Gin and Truth on that.
Go ahead.
I disagree. Speak to that. Sure. If someone can express wants to, I'm taking it out of the animal world, right?
Sure.
Because if a tiger sees me, it thinks, okay, that guy will keep me alive for a week and a half if I eat him.
Grandpa, your comment's very important. Remind me to come back to it. Sorry, my black friend. Okay. I need to talk about this.
I don't think that tiger is going to be too fearful about losing a battle with me. It probably is going to figure immediately I can get the upper hand. Now, if I have a gun in my hands or something like that that would be effective against that tiger, it may have no idea what that is, and it's still on its mind to be predatory. If there's some sort of snakes, like these giant anacondas will follow a person or an animal. It will trail them and then wait till it stops and it's getting like a drink of water, come out of nowhere and strangle them to death.
Yes.
We have people that are, in my view, similar. The Hank Kunnemans, the Robin Bullocks, and so many other people who know they could take advantage of people. They know how. They've scienced it out. They teach each other. It's real. You can look at it. I think it's Kenneth Copeland and, just look at televangelists speaking tongues, and you'll see 2 famous televangelists speaking tongues to each other, and they start having a conversation like, dude, I took like a year and a half worth of improv classes. This sort of thing is easy to do. You know it's going to win an audience over. And if you're someone like me who's skeptical, it's probably the one thing you can do to really remove all credibility from your spiel. But
Absolutely.
The fact is, those predatory people, some of them have a desire to get over on the crowds. They get their dedication, they get their money, and they, worst of all, they get defended by the very people they're preying upon. We see this when these people come out and they're saying, "Oh, my pastor raped me," and you see we talked about this on a previous episode where the congregation rallies around the pastor. It was predatory. He got away with it more than once. The last time he got away with it is when his congregation came to support him and not his victim. So, Gin and Truth, I respectfully disagree. You now know why.
Yeah. But I think his point is well taken, right? And
for some, it's true.
Yeah. And my point is, my point is,
for the bold ones, it's not.
My point, but yeah. So that's I agree with that 100%. 100%. I guess what I'm talking about is the manifestation of what I would consider more implicit biases. More. I wouldn't even call it. I call it implicit racism. That's what it is.
It's this thing where a person has a subconscious model of reality that they're building on, and they're not even aware of it. It's the studies you hear where you're more likely to cross the street if it's a black guy. You're less likely to hire somebody if there's a black name on it. You're less likely to feel safe at night if you're in a black neighborhood, right? and this type of stuff. You're more likely to judge a black person negatively for what they're wearing. Hint, hint, right? Why do I look like this today? It's not because I wanted to. I mean that very seriously. I got to repeat it enough so you guys walk away thinking about how profound and serious this is. My level of uncomfortableness with the way I've been treated when I am presenting myself the way I want to present myself is so bad. I felt like in order to live through this show without canceling and deleting all the channels, I had to change my appearance. Now, please go away and think about that after the show, please. All right, so part of what I feel like I'm dealing with here is those implicit biases. I'm the only black kid in the all-white school. No, my classmates are not coming out and telling me they're racist. But they treat me differently than everybody else, and everybody knows it. Now, we could sit here and mince words about it and make excuses and blase and flavonoids, but it is what it is, and I don't have to tolerate it. I don't have to be okay with it. I don't have to like those people. I don't have to mend fences with them. They've disrespected me, and I don't have to tolerate. I just don't. Part of growing up is I grew up the only black kid in an all-white school multiple times, dealt with racist threats and people stabbing me in the back and all of these type of stressors and the pressures of, being Penn State famous my whole time in college and dealing with all of that came with that, right? And, at the same time you're being told, you're there on a full academic scholarship and there's a lot of other smart people at the university and kids that work hard to get there. And so, they're telling you you're only there because you're in this diversity program. You're a diversity hire. You're a affirmative action scholarship, right?
Well,
because you're in that first generation program or whatever. Yeah.
YouTube is not that.
But hang on. Let me show you this. So, and I think you're understanding this. I think you are understanding where I'm going with this. But I just want to finish off with people who don't understand the magnitude of all this for me, right? Then I go to grad school. At Penn State, when I was in the master's in anthropology, I was the only black person in the department. I'm talking about faculty, postdocs, graduate students, and undergraduates. There was one other black graduate student I saw taking an undergraduate course. That was it. Then you go and you're dealing with the imposter syndrome and all that, and then you go to grad school. And, your lab has 2 black people in it. Again, I'm really the only one because I'm black and the other guy's not African-American. He's from, a different, he's from Michigan, but he doesn't identify as African-American because his roots are Caribbean or whatever. And we're the only 2 black people together. So literally all the black people in our world are concentrated in the same lab. Thank God we're together. But there's just these 2 of us, right? And so you're dealing with the imposter syndrome of your career and try to overcome that and all this stuff. And so it's just been my life story, and you get worn out. And then you're like, okay, I'm making this YouTube stuff. I'm working my butt off. I'm, going every day and, 8, 12, 14-hour days. And then you're just like, I just don't want to deal with it. And I think that's what people don't understand is like sometimes a person doesn't want to talk about it anymore. They don't want to. They just genuinely decided this relationship's over. I'm moving on. I want to see other people. Go away, and that's where I'm at. And it really isn't It isn't about talking me off that ledge anymore. It's about me explaining why that decision's been made and why it's final. And it's just I'm not going to deal with that. I've heard people questioning my PhDs and. Is it really 2 PhDs if you just wrote one dissertation? Yeah, I wrote one dissertation. It satisfied the requirements of 2 programs.
You have to take the course requirements and all of that for both programs. You have to make sure your comp exams, your dissertation, and pretty much all your work is the way it is. I've explained it before. You have a home department. The reason they do this is because, again, people say, oh, well, his degree is interdisciplinary. Again, so it's like they're trying to say that my degrees aren't as valuable. I'm not a real biologist because I don't have a PhD in biology. And since my PhD is not in biology, instead it's in integrative biology, that's less valuable. No, dummy. It's more valuable. Not really. I'm kidding. Biology is the central, discipline of biology. It is what it is. There's a biology department. But what happens, there's a lot of biological related fields. One of them, to these people who clearly just don't know what they're talking about, is zoology. Oh, you recognize that name? Yeah, pretty traditional, huh? You think zoologists are not biologists? Try again. It's just a subfield of biology. But it's such a serious and big subfield of biology, it warrants its own department at most universities. But as science, the entire field, and all of the disciplines within it move towards interdisciplinary work, the faculty, the curriculum, the student body becomes increasingly interdisciplinary because that is the future. So it is good to go in the interdisciplinary route. That is what everyone is doing because that's where all the funding is now and where it will continue to be. The Bio Computational Evolution in Action Consortium that trained me in grad school is just that, interdisciplinary. It's $50 million from the National Science Foundation so that computer scientists and biologists can get together and study evolution in action. Interdisciplinary work is the point, is not the problem. And so what happens is the zoology department got renamed integrative biology. Like so many other zoology departments across the country have been renamed from zoology to integrative biology. Now, being that evolutionary theory is the most important theory in the history of biology, hint, hint, evolutionary biologists are the core of biology, not the fringe weirdos who don't really count, right? Like just wrong. And so there's also a push for more explicit distinguishing of that field, right? Within integrative biology and zoology and biology, right? More and more of us are just, sorry, we're ecology and evolutionary biology people. We just explicitly do evolutionary biology. We're the evolutionary biology specialists, and that's what we do. And of course, being the core of biology, that is getting a lot of funding. That is where all the departments are going. That's where all the NSF and NIH and the government funding is, and that's our lifeline. So it's actually get an EBE department or get out, right? And so what everybody's done is they've established these programs, ecology, evolutionary biology, behavior sometimes, or sometimes just ecology, evolution, and behavior. And so that's what the program I graduated from. It's literally a dual PhD program. It's not a department. So when they're going, oh, should you really be talking about your dual PhD? Yes. Because you finished a program that exists explicitly to be a dual PhD program. The reason that's better, and it may change, the only way it would change if it just becomes its own department. But the reason that was good for this transitional period, right? Everything's in flux. Science is changing in real time, right? So in this current period where we're taking the more traditional layout of these departments, going towards the future layout, which is much more interdisciplinary, we have to find these bridge programs. And so the EBE in this period is these universities are figuring that out. And so a lot of times a wide array of programs need access to this specialty in ecology and evolutionary biologists. So we can't just put this program in the biology department. We can't just put it in the integrative biology department because the molecular, the microbiology and molecular genetics people need to have access to it. The plant and soil science department needs to have access to it. The physics department needs to have access to it. The biomedical people need to have access to it, right? So they create an interdisciplinary dual PhD program. That's exactly the whole point. They want you to tell people you have a dual PhD every single time, right? And so, there's a really good reason for it. It says that you're an expert in your overall field, integrative biology in my case. And then you have this extra specialty in ecology, evolutionary biology, and behavior, which ties back to my interest in anthropology and being a dating coach. It's ties into all my interests together in a neat little bundle. So again, when they try to undermine that, they're just wrong. And yes, it's insulting, and they would never, ever do it to the white academics in our community. And stop pretending otherwise, because I'm not stupid. I'm just not dumb enough to even hear that out as a reasonable thing. I've seen it. Other people have seen it. So you're telling me not only am I sitting on some bullshit, but everybody else who has seen it and agreed with me is just blind. So maybe you should just accept that you're wrong. Y'all gotta accept that sometimes Jay Bundy is levels and levels and levels and levels and levels out of your league. We're not all close. We're not all peers. We're not all equals. We don't all have the same experience. We don't all have the same expertise. Your opinion isn't equally valid as mine. This isn't a democracy. We are taking over the internet. Get out of the way. So that's the issue, is we, and most of my team knows. And so our community is gonna grow, but we got to get rid of these people because they're doing what YouTube Punk said. They're just showing up every day trying to change the vision into something it's not intended to be, and it's really, really distracting. And so it just gets to a point where you don't even want to do your channel anymore. I mean, like, literally, like, I feel like this escapism with the casino. Let me touch on the casino, too, because I think you'll appreciate this. So the casino is this other channel I have now, right? And what I do is I'm live on Pocket Locker all through the middle of the night, right? And then what we do is I'm trying to get it earlier. You know, I'll try to go a lot earlier tonight, Sunday, and we have a holiday tomorrow, so we'll do early nights. But what it is basically it's another channel where it's entirely based on the Casino Theater, which is the local putt-putt arcade place in my hometown, right next to my hometown, the neighboring town, Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Yeah. And so that was a place where it's like a little small independent movie theater, but there's only one theater. So there's only one theater room. So there's only one movie playing at a time. They may play 2 movies a day. There's an earlier one and a night one, and then they might play something special on the weekends, but that's it, right? And then there's an arcade in there, an ice cream shop, and putt-putt golf, right? And I think you could do parties and whatever, maybe some sort of foods or whatever, small menu, that type of thing. And so that was like the local hangouts. First place I ever smoked weed, first place I ever sat between 2 girls and kissed both of them and went home and joked, laughed about it, you know, all those sort of young coming-of-age stories, right? And so that's the vibe. Like the picture on there is actually the place. The interior picture that we use as the banner is really a banner from inside there. And, you know, it's got this arcade aesthetic to it. And, you know, so what I do is I go over there and I do stuff that's really important to me, which is sort of play out my dreams and get practice and experience doing more broadcasting, doing more commentary about different things like esports and gaming and some of the stuff I've always really wanted to do if all my streaming dreams came true, you know, this type of stuff. And it helps us with the word wrestling entertainment and everything else because I'm just, you know, practicing but we built it up from scratch, you know, just started over. And I didn't want to wait, right? Part of me said, oh, you could wait till you have 1,000 subs on Pocket Locker and it'll be easier. Or, you know, wait till, you know, put everything in the Pocket Locker. And I was like, no, it'll be too easy then. I'm in this for the broadcasting challenges. I'm in this for the culture. I got to start at 0 while starting over from 0 is still really hard, right? And so, or else it just won't be the same. People will be like, oh yeah, you started multiple channels, but it was on easy mode already. And I was like, I'd be like, nah, y'all don't even know. But anyway, like the thing we noticed about it, it's because what I do is I start in the booth and then I go full screen with the gameplay or whatever's going on, and I go to bed. And so it's a stream we stream overnight. And it's just had so many unintended wonderful consequences. So one, it really links up our international crowd, people on the other side of the planet, literally exact opposite time of us, right? It's 4 o'clock in the morning to you. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon to them, right? So they're hunting for YouTube stuff and they're trying to get in touch with their community, but nobody's streaming in our community because everybody's kind of doing the U.S. thing and maybe out here internationally once in a while, Canada and stuff like that. But it's a ghost town, in our community at this time. So they really enjoy that stream. And there's a lot of bot stuff, so they can gamble their tickets. The currency is arcade tickets, right? Like you get an arcade, so they can gamble their tickets and bets and raids and all types of chat and fun in the chat. At the same time, they're supporting me. We're testing our equipment. I watch it a lot. I make it something I really want to watch. So I'm back there lurking and relaxing and showering. And it allows me to really balance out my day and balance out my life and do the work-life balance while still keeping something active so that the congregation, the cult, the cult of Myron has somewhere to gather and somewhere to fellowship, right? And they do it. Shout out to Carrie Ann Chrysler and YouTube Punk will be in there, Cameron, Joel, Donnie, right? Donnie's in there all the time, right? Donnie's a mod on both my channels. He's a mod on Pocket Locker. He's a mod on the casino. And it's just been a huge success, right? And what's great too is it's a neutral space. It has a neutral color scheme. It's like blue and pink, and so it looks cool, but you could be a guy or girl or in between, and it ain't gonna matter. And it's a really neutral space in the political arena and in the religion and faith and counter-apologetics arena, right? It's just, do you like fighting games? Aren't these commentators dope? And so it is really become a neutral ground for us to set aside our differences, not even talk about it. They might pop up once in a while. Everybody tells a joke, or we rib each other a little bit, or but then we keep it moving. And so these type of things have tremendous value because they help us build those bridges. They go, oh no, that squad's gone. No, we hang out. Then they just mess around. They just want to go to arcade, And so part of all this stress I've been dealing with is I'm serious, y'all. I want to escape Pocket Locker sometimes because y'all be giving me headaches and trying to ruin the show and trying to, make me explain the magic trick, and we can't get nothing done because everybody wants to call me and had the same conversation 500,000 times, and we just be like, all right, y'all, we out, show's over, bye. And we just want to get the hell out of there and hang out with my 4 or 5 friends, kick back at the malt shop, eat some ice cream, and just have fun. And that's exactly what we've started doing. But it just has made me realize it just feeds into everything else we're trying to do, because it's being inclusive. It's making our community broader. It's not about the numbers. It's if 2 or 3 are gathered, right? If the church doors are open, then it don't matter if all 50 of y'all are sitting here because we're having a service, or if 3 of y'all want to hang out in the basement and play pinball. Like, if you want to do that, then, y'all got the key. Get in there and play some pinball. We'll see you when we see you, And so it's just become so wonderful to me. And I take more, yeah, man. And I take pride that, like, my favorite YouTuber watches us way more. I don't even want to acknowledge it because he busy, and if he blow up and start watching me, I don't want people to think something's going on. But the fact that he checked us out at all and really enjoys it, that's crazy to me. And, all the celebrity atheists that come through, all the theists now, all the theists that really, really like us, Peter W., Otangelo, Rebecca, Kent Hovind, like, that's a victory, y'all. Kent Hovind likes me. Like, that just, is that a problem? Like, would the world be a better place if we genuinely didn't get along? And I tell people, it doesn't mean we don't passionately disagree about some things, but sometimes it is about going to battle. This led to conversations about the role of violence, but sometimes you had to go to war to make peace. Sometimes 2 guys had to say, we can't settle our differences. We're going to have everybody stand around us in a circle. We're going to knuckle up, we're going to fight, and then that's it. And you will be surprised how often it doesn't mean that they don't have the same disagreement anymore, or, they're going to be sleeping in the same bed or house at any time soon. But it just means they've kind of gone to war together. They've, put their bodies on the line and gotten there and fought, live in front of real people. And they're both going to have to live with the consequences of that. And so they come away from that with a certain, well, we buried the hatchet. And, if we throw down again, hey, let's just throw down again and get some beers again next time. And so some of the personal animosity you have for a person just dissipates because you've had a different personal encounter. And like you said, that's very new information, right? So just thanks again for letting me talk about that.
Oh, no worries. I'm gonna have to go. I
sure.
Say
I appreciate you so much for doing this with me.
No problem. If for those whether you're listening today or a day in the future, if you are the only one of your kind in any particular group, I'll say especially in an educational environment, it can feel quite challenging. When Pocket Locker talks about that, I can relate because I was often the only one or one of two, that sort of thing. Thanks to my fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Wilhelm, I learned a valuable lesson. My father had been telling me this for years. Again, my fourth grade teacher finally made clear what my father had been telling me for years. Learn to be the best. Because when you are, it's not like the other kids will look up to you. And any sort of pressures that might be there because you're different melt away to pressures that are there because you're the best, which oddly is less stressful because you are either there based on your natural ability or your habits, like you're studying. And what happened to me was after fourth grade, I kept focusing on that. I was not valedictorian. I was never a straight A student, but there were places where I shined. And where I knew I shined, the kids that were kicking my butt in math class were in my English class too, getting smoked, getting beat in spelling bees, getting an A- when I'm getting A+ on my papers and stuff like that. They're in other classes getting smoked by me. Well, what I learned in middle school was we can be a team. I can team up with these people. They'll tutor me. They'll teach me what I don't know. They'll help me. And that became invaluable. When I got to high school, it was, okay, well, if we're going to do this, start this club or that club, I got a bunch of people who I know are interested then becoming a leader there in high school. And when I got to college, I'm asking my professors questions they forgot to address in the book. And I was respected by my professors for that. And would often, I had one teacher who would ask before tests, do you have any questions? And if I had good enough questions, we would have a test that was postponed. There would be students who would literally ask me, I didn't study enough, can you ask questions today? And I would say, sure. And I'd have them,
I've had stuff
already
like
written
that
down.
happen. I've had stuff like that exactly happen to me.
I had them written down when I came into the room, and my questions were relative to the topic. And it was like this, if you don't teach me this, I won't learn effectively. I'll have gaps in my knowledge. So better you teach us today than leave these gaps. And one teacher got so frustrated, the one who would ask, do you have any questions? He would tell me, I'm not going to give you the test today, but I'm going to give everybody else the test today. He goes, you can study this. You know, I'll tell you what to study while they're taking the test. You can take your exam another day. If you are, those are some ways you can approach it. I suggest not quitting. I suggest not giving up. I suggest not feeling marginalized, but persevere. As Dr. Bundy has shared with you, you know, his journey was one of perseverance and sticking it out. Mine, I don't know if I should call it perseverance. I was having a whole lot of fun. And I was lucky enough to be surrounded by the right people again and again, teachers especially, who were immensely supportive, other students, lots of friendships in elementary school, middle school, high school, college. And again, I was one of those kids who was respected by his fellow students. And often one of two, maybe one of, one black people in the room. And I would have the courage to disagree with my teachers. And they respected me for it. If I was wrong, they could tell me why. And I would sit there and ask effective questions about what they were teaching me to tell me I was wrong. And if I could be satisfied by their answers, that teacher knew, like, this guy really wants to get it. He really does. And sometimes I could still disagree, and I would say, I now know what you want me to know, but I can't agree. So I do know an answer to put on the test.
Right.
I still don't agree.
Right.
But I do know what to put on the test.
Yes.
So they could see my gratitude was even there for that.
Right.
And I think that's what, maybe not just a student that is this one or that one and the only one, because maybe you're from Poland and your accent is so thick that you wrestle with being understood by others. Or you can be from anywhere and wrestle with that, even in the United States. But have some stick-to-itiveness.
Sure.
Persevere and have as much fun as possible. Really enjoy.
Yeah,
your
of course, and that's
work.
And
both.
that's kind of some of the things I just want to touch on quickly there. So one, I'm trying to do that, and part of what I do is I have an oath, like a do no harm oath. I think as a professional educator, even also as a scientist, but even more so as an educator, you actually have a responsibility to try to not weaponize your education, try to not weaponize your knowledge, and try to be fertile with it as best you can. Also, you talked about being the best. That is exactly what I had to do. That was exactly how I adapted my career strategy. I had to take the things that I could do, great musician, great producer, broadcasting skills, multimedia skills, entertainer, all of those things, and say, if I make that my angle in the science, then I'll be the best at that within my field. Whereas I felt like when you first start off, the way most of the fans, I think about science is, well, somebody like me should want to catch up so that I have all that general knowledge, so that I can become the microbiology expert. But no, I would just be trying to chase down people I'm never going to catch up to, right? Instead, I got to create my own path, go my own way, because that's going to allow me to say, well, I'm actually the best in the world at this. Right, and that's what we're at. Even with my advisors, we know that we're making me thoroughly unqualified for a lot of institutions. But what we're making me is undeniable to the institution that values what I can do and wants the person who's the best in the world at that. And so I am experiencing that, and part of that is you're on all the time now. And you can't live that life anymore where you're just sitting around casually sort of deconstructing the product, while people are consuming it. You just can't do that anymore. And that's really where the conflict with Tux came in. It literally, I feel bad about it, and I am sorry that he's upset with me, and I feel terrible that, he hasn't felt comfortable calling in, and he just seems to be discordant with the vision. And I think there's a lot of but where I felt disrespected personally wasn't even in his initial response. It was just not understanding that I just can't have people taking things personally, and we just couldn't keep doing it. Like you do realize that you just can't stop the show every time somebody has a question. Like it just doesn't work that way. And this has been so great that you talked about having the problems then of being the best, right? Because that's the way I look at it. It's not that I'm angry or upset about people, and it isn't even that I would quit. I just want people to know it makes people that uncomfortable. the way you guys treat content creators and streamers and panelists and somebody who works as hard as I do, it affects us. It impacts, there's a person behind the performance. And when that person feels like they're being mistreated because of their performance, they're like, well, which one of us is performing? And it gets to the, even the way I summarize a lot of this is like, well, Jay, the atheist community feels like the debate was fake or whatever, but now they're really upset that they lost the fake debate. But which one is it? Because if it was fake, it shouldn't matter that you lost it, right? And they don't even think that far. But again, it's just there's no compromise with these people. Because what happened when I was promoting it like I was going to kill him, man? What was everybody telling me? Well, you really should be nice to him. Well, Jay's going through a lot. Well, Jay, you should, Jay, don't go too hard on him.
All that came out of my mouth.
Yeah. That's what everybody, and you weren't the only one by a long shot, right? Because that's what everybody was vibing off the promo. So that's the work, and so that was sort of, that's what I mean about the beauty, is you do that. And let me take you behind the scenes in wrestling a bit. We talked about.
Remember, I have.
Oh, you gotta go. You gotta go. But I'm gonna give you this one. We talked about the part of what the honor of being the champion is. You got to go out there and celebrate putting over the next guy, and then go back and be there one in the curtain that, there to celebrate them. Well, when you do that, it means a lot to the next champion when you do it right. And then when you go on and you go on your social media and you go on your next interview on cable TV and you say, I think I'm still the best in the world at this. But last night, so-and-so got the best of me, right? They recognize that your status might take a real hit for protecting theirs. And then behind the scenes, when they pull up to you and they say, hey man, let's talk about what to do next because I really appreciate what you did for me out there. I take a ton of pride in saying, yep, I put my body on the line and I did what the best bad guys in the world do. I made the people who thought they wanted to like me hate me, and you just say that's the job. That's the thing. That's what makes you a professional. So you went out there, you took the bumps, and then you said, hey, guess he got the best of me tonight. So I think that's a great note to let you out on. And anything else you want to say before you go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Directly to Graham Pong, and I want to just thank everyone for being so active in the chat. I've actually spent more time reading it today than I have any other.
I'm proud of you, and I've been distracted, and it's been awesome. Also, Graham Pong, I got some stuff to say about Graham Pong's talk as well, so I'm a follow up with my Graham Pong right after yours. Go ahead. Okay, so for Graham Pong, a quick anecdote from my life. When I was in high school, I was involved in a summer city or county supported jobs training program where they had it set up at a school. You go in, you learn all these, you're introduced to a lot of disciplines to sort of help you find where you want to direct yourself for high school, what career path you want to take. And I was very interested in this jobs program. I took it extremely seriously, and they gave out awards at the end of the program. I had gotten very sick and missed a day. Figuring that ruined me. I won't win any awards, which was remarkably important to me. And now the award for that thing is sitting in a closet and has been there for years and never, ever hung on any wall in any house I've lived in. Okay. So in the award ceremony, I'm sitting in probably the front row, patiently awaiting for them to call my name. Because I knew I did well for first place. They never did. They went through all the disciplines that I had signed up for and never called my name as like, oh, you get the award for this. I was pissed.
and I wanted to walk out. Then they said, and now for the runner-up in all areas. They called my name. I didn't want to get out of my chair. I'm like, what the hell is that? I didn't know what that meant. And so they were like waving at me, and I'm looking at them like, for what? Is there even a award for that? Well, I came up finally, and they were very proud to say, oh, you got a lot of accolades, runner-up in all areas. And I go back to my seat with this plaque, and I'm like, this is utterly meaningless. I go home. I don't even talk about it to my family. It's meaningless. I go to my job. I don't talk about it to anybody there because it's meaningless. A full 20 years later, I'm explaining this to a friend, and they said, so you won? And I said to them, no, I didn't. They said, yes, you did. No, I didn't. I didn't win anything. Other people won things. But the guy said, you won, you got second place in everything, right? Yes, I did. So if it was a point system, you beat everybody else. You just didn't win any. You didn't win any like NASCAR. I didn't win any race.
Yeah, you were Danica Patrick. You had great.
No. Don't you say that?
Oh, because she did. She never did the points. She never got the points.
Famous.
She never got close to the points.
She's famous. She's famous.
But she didn't win. You're right. You're right. No.
She's not
You're
a
right.
champion.
Yeah. You're right. You were the champion. You were the champion.
For her looks in marketing, winning at life.
You were the champion, though. I get what you're saying. You were really the legitimate champion because
this is what I was. It was hard for me to accept this because I didn't have anything that said I was number one. So to me, that's what makes you a winner when you're number one. So this friend of mine saw that I'm just not processing what they're telling me. And they gave me like the racing example. You didn't win any races, but you got second in all the races,
right?
Which is more points than anybody who won a single race.
Right, exactly.
And I'm looking at him, no. And they're saying to me, yes, you don't see it. Dave's like, no, I don't see it. And it took me a while to think about it because why? That's not how I wanted to win. I wanted to crush everybody else that was competing. I guess we didn't look at it as a competition, or they didn't. I did. But I wanted to win over and over and over and over. Only I didn't. That desire to be the best, don't let it get toxic. Because I think that's what happened to me, and that's probably why I made myself sick, because I was pushing myself too hard.
Right.
But compete at a level that's comfortable for you. And then, of course, enjoy it. So that's my little story. I want to, again, thank you all. Pocket Locker, thank you for your time. Graham says you were most rewarded that night and didn't realize it. That's it. Precisely, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead. And it was great. People really, it was amazing. I'm actually very happy with it. I watched back a lot of my footage. I'm usually cringing at parts of it. I had no regrets. I actually thought it was fantastic. I think most people thought it was fantastic. I'm just saying it did lead to a lot of uncomfortable stuff for me, and some of the ugliness, I just don't have any more patience for it because we're going to keep going. And I just can't deal with it anymore. I want to thank my one black friend. I absolutely appreciate your time and can't wait to see you next week. But of course, if you want to pop in with us sooner, we'd be more than happy to see you.
You know, I don't really know when things are happening because I don't get notifications, but I guess I could turn that on.
Yeah, you could.
Get them.
And I'm always live, so you could just kind of pull up the channel, not the Hot Program channel, but the Pocket Locker 86 channel, and you could check on it that way. If it, we're live there around the clock normally. And then the Casino Theater and Arcade link is in the description too. So that channel link should be in the description for this video. So if you want to add that too, and then if you're ever up at a crazy hour, you can lurk, and people just come through and watch it sometimes. So, yeah.
Please put all the links for these things in the description. That will be really easy for me to find them if you do.
Sure. What do you mean, like the debate and stuff, or?
of the channels you just mentioned and the other things that are going on with the community and other places, that you think, you might want to tune into this, because chances are I'm far from the only person listening. Thank you, Cameron. I'm far from the only person listening who would be interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just doesn't know what to click on.
Yeah, absolutely.
You make it easy on us when you do that. So please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And guys, the links are in the description. I mostly use a template. And then the template has links to all the channels. It also has links to the itsairplanemode.com, so you can get the music and the merch there. And our donation links are down there. But if there's ever anything you don't see down there you think I should add, please do. And then I should also try to get in the habit of adding some other stuff. So maybe there's a couple that I could add to things we've mentioned during the broadcast, the Jason Torn thing, the Nidamos thing. And plus, we still out here with the community, right? We don't mind plugging their stuff, even if. And also, I had to drop a pipe bomb on them, y'all. It's just what happens. It's part of the fun. We had fun with it. I was not, in fact, losing my mind. I was just, hey, if you guys are gonna give me a reason to blow up, I'm gonna blow up and make that part of how people understand that, hey, that guy will let you know when you have gone too far, and he will be ruthless. Thanks so much, my one black friend.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see you later.
All right, see you later. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. So one thing I want to touch on, and I'll kind of use that as a good reason to turn off the hot program machine, so to speak. I want to touch on what Graham Pog was saying. Graham Pog, I think, on this one is 100% right. It's not an insult. It's not a degradation. He is trying to identify distinguishing academic careers. Sorry. And this is something I've actually been trying to talk to you guys about. So I've made distinctions like, Richard Carrier is different than, Bart Ehrman, because Bart Ehrman has university responsibilities. He's got to teach a class. He's got to sit on panels and committees. But at the same time, they can both promote their books. Richard Carrier, because he's independent entrepreneur. That's all he does is write blogs and promote his stuff, and write blogs and books and promote his stuff. And Dr. Bart Ehrman can do it because he's in a history department where writing and selling books is probably the core thing of their academic cachet. And the fact that his books are so popular and all that type of stuff is really celebrated by them. When you're a scientist, as a researcher, it's a bit harder because you don't write books. You don't write papers. You don't get incentivized to do YouTube appearances and debates and all of this type of stuff. My unique into all of that is, one, I'm an evolution, education, and outreach person, right? So talk about being high in sort of different categories that add up to being a champion. And so the other thing is I have the background to position myself as an expert in the relationship between science and multimedia, right? That's why streaming every day helps, because streaming is one of the big multimedia things right now, and I'm helping other people with their streaming and demonstrating, all the fun stuff you can do with streaming and all that type of stuff, building a community around streaming and all the technology. So now people know, oh, Jay's the guy you can go to get the hookup on the tech, right? And that allows us to make it a community outreach bridge. As you guys seeing right now, my ability to have this studio and have all this equipment and stuff, which we use scientific funding to help support us, allows me to do all the tech stuff. So my one black friend can just show up, pop in, just like take the link, boom, pop in, host a great show with me, boom, he's done, and I'm able to handle the tech. So he gets to host a YouTube channel and a show very easily, just by virtue of working with me, who has the ability to handle all the tech stuff. Y'all know I make the same offer to Uncle Bobby. Hey, Uncle Bobby, not just think our community would love to see us podcast together. On top of that, I'm a real serious producer. I can handle all the tech stuff. All you got to do is show up and kick ass, right? At the same time, with James Apperson, I'm able to, help him step by step, get his channel up and going. We've done the same for Lena. I want to send a shout out to YouTube Punk. Of course, YouTube Punk really hooked me up with my Bible. I'll show it off more later. I got to kind of run here. I'm on a time crunch. And, I just appreciate y'all so much. So YouTube Punk also, initiated the idea of helping people in our community get gear, right? Helping people get their computers and get mics and webcams and stuff like that so that we can all support each other and help each other. So y'all see the master plan is actually working perfectly, right? Everything's working perfectly. Our crew around us is getting more opportunities. They're getting their platforms together. We're able to create opportunities from them. The other side not only engages us, but likes us, genuinely likes us enough that they're going to tell other people on the other side, oh no, do shows with those guys, do debates with those guys, do fun stuff with those guys. I told you guys, it's not about how it directly impacts our numbers. It's about being a star, presenting something that helps, the other side do better business so that they know who to call when they want to do something exciting. Then I can get Wayne debating Donnie, and my one black friend debating whoever, James Apperson sitting down, a conversation or whatever. All right, let's take a bunch of big time atheists, me, Derek, Erica, Paula G, if him and Kent can be cool enough to do it, and then we all go to Dino Adventureland, and now we're doing our version of the walking tour of Dino Adventureland. But guess what? We're the power players now. Because rather than Derek setting it up or Erica setting up, everybody has to filter through us because we're the people the other side trusts. And then to honor that, we got to hold our people accountable for, look, y'all got to follow the blueprint that I'm laying out for y'all. You're respectful, no traps, cooperation, have fun, we're not trying to harm them personally, even if we strongly, even have some strong issues with them interpersonally. We still got to just be professional, cordial, and everybody's trying to get this through this as smoothly as possible, right? So you then want people like Derek and Erica and even Paul G, who I think could really do that gracefully, whatever, make some banging content on both sides with trust. And then we get to really hear them talk about it. Derek likes to bring in the experts and hear from, so, bring in a Dr. Dino and, let him do the bit. Yeah, we know he's going to do the bit, but now he's going to do the bit and now we're going to get a Myth Vision podcast out of it. But now Derek, you know how Derek is, he's not going to be trying to trap the person. He's just going to be trying to understand, work through it. Okay, cool. Well, we know a lot of people disagree with this or that. He's not going to be able to touch on everything. But I would love to see that. I would love to see it. And if I was part of making it happen, man, get out of here, man. Man, that's like I'm the king of promoters. I'm Vince McMahon up in here. I'm Triple H right now. I'm talking about I'm Triple H, man. Matter of fact, I ain't Vince. Y'all been dealing with Vince for too long. I'm Triple H, man. We bringing in some new blood. We getting the people excited again. People coming back to wrestling, y'all. Wrestling's gonna be popular as hell again. Same is true in life, same gonna be true in this community. And we gonna be at the center of it. All right, y'all, I gotta get up out of here because I really do need to go to the dispensary and get some weed. So I gotta dip. Pocket Locker 86, everybody switch over to Pocket Locker 86. I'm gonna stay live on Pocket Locker 86. We're gonna do some stuff. I gotta run to the dispensary. I'm gonna play a video, so just switch over now. Go to Pocket Locker 86 right now. Link is in the description. Appreciate y'all for watching on Hot Program. Go over to Pocket Locker 86. We're gonna stay live over there. All right, Hot Program. Thank y'all for tuning in. This was an extra long episode. But yeah, Graham Pong is right. There's a difference between celebrity scientists, real scientists, and science communicators. My deal is I am supposed to be sort of building that celebrity scientist image that is a gateway to science communication. But it is almost a celebrity science. I'm not saying I'm a celebrity, but it is almost that type of thing to where you're not directly focused on making everything biology class. You're not directly focused on, turning everything into a dissertation. You're really just kind of being like a known happening and people know that you are a scientist or whatever, but you got your own thing going on. You use that as a gateway into being a science communicator. But that has to be limited because really you want people to understand I'm limited because at the end of the day, I'm a real scientist, meaning I really do the research, I really teach at the university, I really mentor undergrads and graduate students, I really run a lab, I really have to apply for grants and funding. And so what you guys are supposed to be is, you know, heel support crew, where y'all are behind the end, y'all are New World Order fans, y'all want to see the hostile takeover of the internet, and then y'all are behind me knowing he's a real scientist. But yes, even my real science, so y'all know that's a lot of days I don't do a whole lot of programming or teaching or coding or none of that. Well, that's because my package, right? Think about it, placing high on all marks to build the champion. So I'm sacrificing being the most productive scientist I could possibly be in terms of grants and research and all that stuff, but making sure I still score high on research. My research is very quality. My collaborations are top notch. My work is very important and meaningful, blase glavinoids, right? On top of that, though, I'm a science, and my teaching is out of this world, right? Teaching is just innovative, right? That's why we're streaming it, and he works with all the mentors, and he's been teaching forever, so teaching's off the charts. So that's great too, right? Then they go to science communication and outreach. Oh, well, you know, that's really great too because he's excellent at that. I actually do a lot of that in real life. So if I never did science outreach on YouTube, it wouldn't matter, right? Because I go to the conferences and I'm working on the Vita Ed development team, and I'm, you know, about to be part of publishing these books, and we're redoing the website, and I work with teachers, and I go into schools, and all of that stuff. So if I never did a YouTube video ever again in my life, they'd be like, oh, and he's an amazing science communicator, he does great outreach, right? Then I add on top of that, oh, he's all of those things, but he's an atheist, but he plays drums at an evangelical church, just so that he can build those bridges and be that presence in the community that they support. You know, I'm everybody in my church's favorite atheist, right? Literally, they love me, right? The ones who know and the ones who don't, right? It doesn't matter, right? Even when they find out, they immediately realize it just doesn't matter, and they have very good reason that they don't know, so it don't matter. Yeah, that just becomes, you know, part of the cachet, part of the package that you offer. And so I really, you know, that's the deal. I'm gonna be a champion because I score excellent on all those marks, accepting that I'll never be the specialist or the sole, you know, winner in all of them. But that's the thing. Sometimes it's not jack of all trades, master of none. It's master of being a jack of all trades, which is a lot harder than people think because they've never tried it. All right, so appreciate y'all. We are, you move from primary research into communicating that primary research. Exactly. And then also, guys, I'm gonna use this as research, right? So that's sort of the big reveal at the end that I don't care about sharing because that's gonna be, you know, open, you know. But the idea is that we're gonna see, are people more likely to follow me because of the entertainment stuff? You know, can these different formats communicate, you know, research in different ways? And so the people in the scientific world not only realize that it has this communication value, the education value, all that nonsense, but that we can actually use this to do research. We can compare standard approaches. Hey, what does it look like if you just watch a video by a, you know, standard science creator, or versus reading a textbook or doing a class activity versus Jay's gonna come out singing and dancing, get in airplane mode, and then, you know, make fun of some fuck faces for a little while and slip some science in there. And then we can test it. And then even if my stuff doesn't work, well, then the question isn't, we don't throw it out. We just go, well, why didn't it work? Or how can we make it better? Or how can we incorporate what works in these other forms and keep going? And so you learn that about science too. Experiments don't have to work all the time. Sometimes you just do the experiment. You get a lot of information from the fact that the experiment didn't work, and you take it from there. So it's all love. It's all good, y'all. Hot program. I love y'all. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Pocket Locker 86. Pocket Locker 86. Link is in the description. All right, see you later. Hot program. Poof. All right, y'all. I ended the Pocket Locker 86 stream because, you know, sorry, I ended the Hot program stream. So we should no longer be live on Hot program.
So yeah, if you're also, I'm gonna end the stream on Hunter Biden's laptops. Hunter Biden's laptops has gotten a few new followers because of the debate with Kent, but I don't want that channel. That channel is going to be dedicated to a different type of content. So please come follow us and turn on notifications for Pocket Locker 86. I'm turning off the stream for Hunter Biden's laptops. Appreciate y'all. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless y'all asses too. Peace out. All right.